A Jose Canseco bat!
We tend to bring up Batman, Superman, Spider-Man, even Wonder Woman when we talk about iconic, long-lasting comic book characters. But not the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Why not the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? Sure, Spawn exploded onto the scene in the early 90s, but has that Todd McFarlane creation had the same pop culture staying power as Eastman and Laird's Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? Why not Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? Hello and welcome to the Pop Culture Basement. My name is Mike Jamison, and with me tonight is returning guest, returning back down into the basement, podcaster and award-winning filmmaker, Tim Rooney. Tim, how are you tonight?
I'm good, but the funny thing is I've never left. I've just been in the walls the entire time. Just like how Guy doesn't leave Jeremy Lloyd's couch, I've just been living in the walls the whole time.
Is that what that skittering was that I heard?
There was something else in there with me, and I didn't know what it was, so I had to move and not so I didn't get eaten by anything.
No, I thought it was something that you were going to eat for sustenance.
Oh, no. Being a ginger, like I just go out and I absorb as much sun as I can before I burn. And I'm like, the sustenance. I do photosynthesis, and I'm like, all right, now back into the wall.
Now, tonight when I'm walking up, because when we're finally done, I'll be walking upstairs after this podcast is over, and my kids will be asleep, my wife will be asleep. I'm a 51-year-old man. I'll still be afraid if I hear like a creak or something like that, because I am a big pussy. That's why. And I'll be like, damn it, it's Tim Rooney.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's been hardwired into our brains since cavemen, that we hear something go bump in the darkness because we think like, oh, that is an animal or that's another tribe that's trying to kill us, and that's why we have that fight or flight reaction to it. But just know it is me.
I mean, if you want to come out, I'll share like some warm milk with you or something like that.
Oh, well, that's very nice.
But before Tim and I are sitting down at my kitchen table at 12:03 tonight and talking about comic books, we are going to talk about a comic book on this podcast. In all honesty, we're not just going to talk about a comic book. We are going to talk about a media franchise, and that is the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. And Tim, when after we had done our first podcast together a couple months ago, I had said to you, I want you to come back on, let me know what you want to talk about. And after a little bit of soul searching and some meditation, you did come back to me and say, I want to talk about the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. So why? Why did you want to talk about the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles?
Well, because like if I'm not talking about movies on podcasts, like 9 times out of 10, I am talking about Batman related stuff. So I'm just like, all right, let me switch it up a little bit. And I thought it would just be a unique conversation just to discuss, because I initially pitched just the first couple issues from the Mirage comics from Eastman and Laird, and then you said like, no, let's expand it out. Let's do about the first early media sensation of the Mirage comics, the cartoon that started in '87, the first live action movie. And it's so funny that you phrase it like how TMNT has endured for over 40 years right now, but Spawn had 5 years of it being like part of the pop culture conversation. And I wonder why. Like, maybe it's just because that was always mature and that just burned out too quickly, or was it the movie that really put the nail in the coffin for that franchise?
Oh yeah, that movie that I saw back in the late 90s, and then promptly, after I washed my eyes out with iodine, I forgot about. I think for me, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles have always been kind of in the background, and I don't mean that in a way to denigrate them at all. I've never been the biggest fan, but we'll talk about it as we go over all the different iterations that I brought up. I go back and I'll watch the cartoon, I'll watch the movie, I'll read the Eastman and Laird comics, and I'll find myself saying to myself, how come I don't read more of this? How come I don't go back to this more? Because I'm really enjoying this. And I think it also, with my introduction, I kind of thought about this years ago while my son was around 6 or 7 and we were watching Nickelodeon. He had moved past, I I don't know, thankfully or not thankfully, he missed out on the whole Bluey thing. So we never did the Bluey thing, and luckily for me, I never introduced him to Barney. But we went through our we went through our Thomas the Tank Engine and Dinosaur Train. But by the time he was 6 or 7, we were watching Nickelodeon, and he was watching the latest cartoon iteration of the Turtles, and it was a really good show. It had continuity. I would watch it with him. It had continuity. It was computer animated, kind of like CGI,
Right.
but it was good. And Sean Astin did one of the voices. Oh, Seth Green was one of the voices. David Tennant, the 10th Doctor, was the voice of their robot pal. I don't think it was the Fugitoid, but he was one of the voices, and it was very, very good. So I was getting into it as much as he was. So my son kind of went through his Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle phase. We were talking before we went air about foosball tables and air hockey. He had a little mini Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles pinball machine, one of the, like, for a 5-year-old, that was battery operated, that we were cleaning out our basement a couple weeks ago, and we found that hadn't been played with in probably 4 or 5 years. But yeah, it struck me then, and it struck me as I was getting ready for the episode, that they've been around since 1984, and a lot like some franchises, I would say, like Transformers. I wouldn't say G.I. Joe, because I don't think that kids today are as into G.I. Joe as they are still with Transformers. And I think that's because, and very much like the Turtles, there's always a cartoon on. Yeah. There's always now a live action movie, whether it be animated or live action or CGI. And you just don't realize that Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles are going to go down as one of the more iconic, not just comic book franchises, but media franchises. And I like it that you and I are different generations. I'm sure for you, that was right in your wheelhouse as a kid, when the cartoon was coming out, when the movie was coming out in 1990. I was coming at it from a different angle. By 1990, it came out in March of 90, so I was 15. I was going to turn 16 that year, but I was damn sure in that movie theater going to see Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I watched the cartoon, and I can't sit there and say that I was there for issue 1 of Eastman and Laird's run, but I can remember being at a friend's house and seeing the Archie Comics version of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. And then, and we talked about this in our last episode also, going with my dad and my brother to comic book stores and seeing the first comics. It was called First Comics. They collected the first 11 issues into newly colored graphic novel, like paperback graphic novel. And that's how I got into the Eastman and Laird version of the characters. So yeah, I'm interested to hear what your experience is and how you got into Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and how, if they've stayed with you for your whole life, or if you kind of like dip in and out.
It's so strange because it's something that I inherited. I inherited specifically from my older cousins on my mom's side, like cousin Brian, Terrence, Logan. Like they're like 5 or 6 or 7 years older than me, so they were like the right age when the cartoon hit. Because like I was born in '91, so like I was just like I came to aware of them right as they were just falling off in the pop culture conversation. But I inherited so much Ninja Turtle stuff from them, like so many VHS tapes that they had brought over to our Nana and Granddad's house, so like everyone could watch them whenever we'd go over. So we would watch the 90 movie on VHS. There was a bunch of episodes from the 87 cartoon that were collected on VHS. And I'm pretty sure the first cassette tape of music that I had, or at least was given to me, was from Ninja Turtles 3, of all things. So I wonder if, like in hindsight, like, did I piss them off? What did I do to deserve that? That was like a gift to me. I don't know. But, like, so I'm like, all right, well, I'm really into this. Just same thing with as Batman the Age. I'm like, all right, oh, there's a new Ninja Turtles things happening right now. Let me go check it out. It was the live action TV show from like '96, and I'm like, oh, why don't they look good? What's wrong with them? What is this? Why does this look like this was shot, like, I don't know, like paintballs being done on the other side of this warehouse. Like, this doesn't look right. This looks cheap. And so, like, it burned hard, bright and fast for me, and then I fell off, and then like by the time the 2003 series came out, I think that was like the first Nickelodeon version of Ninja Turtles. I was like, okay, I was a little bit interested, but I was like, well, I was already at that point, like, well, that's not my Ninja Turtles. Like, my Ninja Turtles is these live action movies in the first cartoon, as if like I was there day one, like, and I was turning my nose up at them. But I think the reason why, like you were saying, the reason why Transformers and Ninja Turtles has stayed in the conversation is because there's always a new version of an animated show or a comic book series. Like, if you were going to be an annoying person on the street interviewing people to make TikToks out of it, I bet you most people like say like, "What do you know about the Transformers and Ninja Turtles?" They would give you an answer, especially if they're younger. What about G.I. Joe? I think you get a lot of blank stares, and maybe one person might know Cobra Commander.
Yeah, I mean, let's face it, they're commodities, and so there's always product out there.
Yes.
They know they sell, and there's always product. And by the way, a little part of me died when you said that you were born in '91. Oh my God.
Sorry, I
Lord.
know. I
mean, a little part of me died because I'm old, and that's why a little part of me died. But good Lord, Tim.
I know.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. I don't remember being excited for, and it was a different world back then. So I probably didn't even know that the cartoon show was coming out. But I don't remember specifically seeking it out. It probably was just on after school one day when I turned on my local UHF channel and was looking for Scooby-Doo, and instead there was Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I don't remember the first time I really encountered them, much like I don't remember the first time I encountered Batman or Superman. That's what I mean. They were just always there. My brother was a little bit of a bigger fan than I was because he was younger than I was. So it was also right in his wheelhouse more than mine. But much like through osmosis, he liked the things I liked. I started to like the things he liked. So I would watch Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles with him. I would then go and buy the graphic novels. He would read the graphic novels that I bought. And my mom was the one who took us to see the movie in 1990. And it was such, you being born in 91, you wouldn't know this, Tim, because, I mean, you weren't even around then. But it was the...
Sorry.
Yeah. Let me tell you, youngster, about what it was like in 1990. It was the year after Batman, so of course, and it was right before Dick Tracy and the Phantom and the Shadow, when they were trying to start the superhero franchises with a lot of these pulp characters. So that year, knowing that a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle movie was coming out, it wasn't as big as Batman for me anyway, and not across the country, I don't think, but it was big. I mean, at the time, it was the biggest independent movie ever made. And seeing them, I didn't expect much, and I rewatched the movie this past weekend, and much like with the whole franchise, after watching it, I said to myself, I forget how much I actually enjoyed this movie and how well it's made for the time and for what they most likely were dealing with having to balance being kiddie friendly and also keep a little bit of the edge that Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles started with. Although I want to say an edge, but you did message me before a couple of days before we recorded and talking about the comic books and said, oh, by issue 3 they already have aliens. So I don't know how how edgy the comic really was, but we can get into it. I do want to say I'm not going to go from comic to cartoon to movie because I want to go with how I reacquainted myself with the Turtles this time around, and that was with first the cartoons, which I have not watched most likely in 35 years probably. Much like you said with Spawn, it burned bright, and with the Turtles themselves with that, and God forbid I can remember that live action abomination of a show. again, where I would come home on a Saturday and flick around the channels and just stop for a second and say, what is this shit?
I mean, like, it's such a product of the '90s where they drive around a goddamn customized Hummer. Like, that was their vehicle on that, and I'm just like, what is going on here? This is wrong. Like, I mean, between that and the traveling live show, I was surprised like nobody was brought up on war crimes for that live show.
Well, you know, I was thinking about when we were talking about this. It did go into my head that okay, I remember kind of vaguely there was a live action show, and I could be talking out of my ass right now, but I would think because of the success of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, that it was a lot like that. I mean, I was never a Mighty Morphin Power Rangers guy, but I can remember watching an episode or two here and there, and it looked like it was filmed in an abandoned field somewhere in probably like Chino, California. And before the cops came and told them that they didn't have a license to film there. So when you were describing the live action Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles from the mid '90s, I'm just thinking of them filming in like a storage facility, and they just said, okay, we're going to go into this storage room and we're going to film the scene, then we'll put up different backgrounds on it, just stand there, and then when we need to do a fight scene, we'll go out into the parking lot and film there real fast.
Yeah, like it's obviously trying to curb up the Power Rangers sensation, but it's got the budget of a bad Beetleborgs episode. Like that's what it felt like.
My God. I remember watching that with my kid too.
Like I'm sure, like if people who listen, probably just had saw across the fourth dimension right there when I mentioned that. Like, holy shit, that has opened a core memory unlocked right there. But yeah, it's such a strange, such a strange decision for that live action show. But so with the cartoons, like. Were there, like, did you just watch season one, or did you, like, jump around different seasons? Like, how did you watch it and everything?
Well, how did I watch it? Well, first of all, I watched it while I was riding on my Peloton for 5 straight nights. No, but when you told me that the original 5-episode miniseries was free on YouTube, I was like, yes. The word I like to hear, free.
Yes.
So I just watched the original 5 episodes because I kind of figured, okay, I'm going to watch the original 5 episodes and I'm going to read the first storyline from the comics and then watch the movie. And I wanted to kind of see, I was interested to see how the franchise itself evolved from its indie and independent publishing roots to become by 1990, by 1991, like the 3rd highest grossing toy line ever, and then become ostensibly a kid-friendly movie franchise. And I didn't watch the 2nd and 3rd movies. I hear from fans, I was looking around kind of online and heard that the 2nd one has its fans, but I do remember that the 3rd one, I don't think I've ever seen it, but I've heard from fans and non-fans alike that the 3rd one is a rough go.
It's obviously the edges have been dulled because they want to be more in line with the cartoon and everything like that. Like they don't use their weapons, if at all. Like the jokes are even hackier than some people might complain about the first movie. It's lit too bright. It's like it's all flat lighting. Like that. Like you go back to the first movie. The lighting of that is obviously moody and it evokes an atmosphere for it. But B, it also probably hid the costumes and the animatronics a lot more. Like, oh no, if we have this one light and we like throw like a bunch of like metal in front of it, so we have shapes going across the costume, so it looks kind of the light's broken up and like you can't really see too much detail in the animatronics. It might just like look more convincing because it was obviously done on the cheap. It was shot in North Carolina, the same place where they would shoot The Crow and like Evil Dead 2 and stuff like that. And I'll come back to The Crow, but then you get to the second one, like, oh boy, you have like double the budget, and it's like, oh boy.
When is a sequel to a successful movie with double the budget not going well? I mean, come on, when you
Empire Strikes Back.
Okay, there's one time it's gone well.
Yes, but that is the fluke. That's the exception to it. Like, I think the only reason I realized that because you have the Empire poster behind you. I'm like, that one. And the third one is just like it should have been like called Turtles in Time. I don't know, but like going back to the feudal Japan, I'm like, this is, and the costumes look even worse. They look diseased.
Ooh.
I don't know.
Do we still get Corey Feldman in the second and third one, or has he moved on from the franchise by then?
I think he was asked not to come back for the second one. If I remember correctly, that's when like the trouble started with him. He might be back in the third one. I think it might have been a clean spell when he did.
By then, he was actually begging them to come back for the third one. Like please,
can I
be
not be too
Donatello?
far off with that. Yeah, and like it's just fascinating to see how, but like you think of it as like you think of the Mirage comics, and it's not obviously so closely. It most resembles it in the first movie, in tone, and origins and stuff like that. And then like 2 and 3 are very much like the cartoon and everything like that. But seeing how the comic was so successful as an independent, it got so many other creators like jazzed up. Like, you know what? I can just publish my own comic through my friend's comic book store, and that's why things like The Crow became a thing, or Tank Girl, and they fall in the same mold. Like indie comics, they get scooped up and become movies in the late '90s to varying success, depending on who you ask.
Yeah, I think it's funny. I wasn't excited to watch the cartoons because I think I had convinced myself it's going to be, I know what this is. It's going to be late 80s trying to sell toys trash. And yes, there is that element of it. But I will say this. I enjoyed the cartoons a lot more than I thought I would. If you watch stuff from the 70s and you think, wow, what psychedelic drugs and how much pot were they smoking? When you watch Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the cartoon, you have to ask yourself how much coke was going through that writer's room, because at times it is just a cocaine-fueled fever dream. And I do love that the city of New York, they do keep, I think through the comic, the cartoon, and the movie, there is a griminess and a grittiness, and I don't mean that in the grim and gritty type of way, but I mean in a true late 80s New York way.
This is Ed Koch's New York.
It was
pre-Giuliani.
Yes, it was very Ed Koch's New York, and I don't think you saw that in a lot of cartoons at the time. But there is a charm to those first 5 episodes, and they changed the origin a little bit.
Yeah.
And sure, some of the edges are sanded off, but I will say that I enjoy Raphael a lot more in the cartoon than I do in the movie. And I enjoy Leonardo a lot more in the cartoon than I do in the movie because I think he's boring. Now, Michelangelo, annoying. The whole cowabunga dude thing. Listen, there were 4 and 5-year-olds running around in 1991, and that was, other than Do the Bartman, that was the biggest thing in the world, but I never was on board with the cowabunga dude. And Donatello, I'll say right now, has always been my favorite turtle. I love Donnie.
It is a bit of a Rorschach test to determine to somebody, like, what is their favorite turtle? What does that say about them? And also, which, like you're saying, which version? Because like Leonardo in the '90 movie is very self-righteous as the leader, and like,
and I guess we have to remember they're making all of this for kids, even that '90 movie. So I'm sure when they're writing it, it's like, okay, there's going to be 5-year-olds watching this, so we have to set, okay, this is the leader character, this is the rebel character, this is the smart character, and this is the party character, and that's it. Go.
But it's so funny, like how that became so defined by the cartoon. Like, not much like, obviously, like Donatello like does some stuff in, some text stuff in the original comics, but like the fact that like it's black and white, and if they're not showing their weapons, and they're not
Mhm.
mentioning whose name they're talking to. It's kind of hard to tell who's who in the first few issues of the comic. And like you're saying, like Raphael, because he's got a sense of humor in the cartoon, and and the whole show has a self humor. They're kind of self aware of like, all right, this is silly, and we're gonna poke fun at it, but we're still gonna take it seriously. And Leonardo is not so like he's not the boring leader. He's not what people accuse like Cyclops of.
Yes, yes. I think in the movie I've always been a Cyclops apologist, but
Same.
Cyclops at times can be very, very self-righteous and can also be very, very boring sometimes.
Right.
And he's also, you're going up against a character that like Wolverine, so you're always probably going to pale in comparison. But I like what they did with the four turtles because, as I said, obviously it's a cartoon. They're making it because they want to promote a toy line. So, I mean, you have the episode where, oh, we have this van. Hey, I'm going to trick this van out, and we're going to make it our turtle van. And it literally drives out of the building and has turtles written on the front because that's what the toy looked like.
Yeah.
April O'Neil was changed from, and this I actually forgot when I started reading the original run again, that she was not a reporter in the comics. She was Baxter Stockman's lab assistant.
Yeah.
Baxter Stockman, man, whitewashed in the cartoon.
Seriously, it's one of those things where like even like people have like kind of like had question marks about like April's ethnicity in the first few issues and everything like that, but obviously like Baxter Stockman is an African American character in the second issue, and they turned him into like if Bobcat Goldthwait was a scientist or something like that. That's what the characterization of it is, just without the screaming. It's just like how he designed looks like, and I'm like, huh, that's but like just probably middle-aged people in the 1980s is like, well, we can't have
we can't have little kids seeing a character that doesn't look like us.
No, exactly.
What would the moms and dads think?
Yeah, and it's so funny you say like this is definitely a cocaine fueled show, because I can imagine somebody like in a writing session like, all right, so that's when the neutrinos come out of Dimension X and they're in flying cars and they're zooming around and everything like that. And somebody's like, yeah, that's great, let's do that.
And very much how you're talking, that's how a lot of the characters talk on the show. And I do appreciate, I bring this up on every podcast when I talk about certain things. I am a continuity nerd for TV shows, movies, comics. I do appreciate that it was a continuing story. And I think most of the cartoon run was like that. To
a degree. The first 5 episodes are the most serialized. Okay. Until the back half of the series where like it becomes like the Red Sky version because they're trying to compete with like Batman the Animated Series. And like that's a heavily serialized version of the show.
And that's very interesting, too, to think of 87. It was late. I think it was December of 87. So 87, 88, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles comes out. And most likely the biggest cartoon out there for 3 or 4 years, leading right into Batman the Animated Series. And what a shift that is from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles to Batman the Animated Series, to a cartoon show that is purely there to move product, to a cartoon show that, yes, they want to move Batman product, but is taken seriously and taken as a form of art and attracting creators who want to work in that medium and do something special. Whereas I think with Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, even though I keep bringing up commerce and product, it's just gonzo fun in a certain way. And those first 5 episodes, it's a mishmash of, I really think it's a mishmash of the comic and the movie, and it's obviously before the movie came out, but you see that with the way they treat their origin, and you brought it up, when they transitioned in the cartoons, okay, everybody's got to be a robot, because if they're going to use these weapons, we can't have them cutting the heads off of human beings.
I mean, it's so curious like that. I mean, where Batman the Animated Series had people who cut their teeth on writing shows like Ninja Turtles, like He-Man, like Transformers, and who just got like this want to write something of substance to some degree and not just sell toys. And that's why it was the genius stroke of that show of Batman the Animated Series and later X-Men, where like, no, you can tell stories with pathos and not just sell toys. You can sell toys if you can. That's a plus. That helps our bottom line, but do the best you can. And that's why like the first 5 episodes of the series, it's like, oh no, they're telling a story. Yes, they're selling toys because we have the turtle van, the turtle blimp, them in the trench coats and everything. But I mean, the Technodrome. I mean, that's something that's like, that's between that and like the GI Joe like carrier that was like 7.5 feet long. I mean, that's how you know you went to a rich kid's house, where you saw like if they had one of those in their basement, like, oh no, you have money, and I feel kind of ashamed that I can't afford this.
If they had both, if they had the carrier and the Technodrome, you're going home to your parents saying, we need to stake out when they go on vacation because we are going to find some jewelry up in that house. I'm telling you right now.
Like, all right, next time you go over, look at their calendar and just scroll through and see what days they're away. That's when we know. That's when we break in.
Well, you're bringing up the Technodrome, and we cannot bring up the cartoon without bringing up the legendary James Avery as the voice of the Shredder. Also, Uncle Phil.
Yes, like I wonder like how much mileage did Crack.com in like the mid 2000s? Yeah, like just posting that article over and over again, just like, did you know that James Avery, Uncle Phil, voiced the Shredder? And then he put 2 clips of Fresh Prince and TMNT back to back.
That was probably one of the first things I learned when I went on the internet. Like, the internet, this wealth of information that I now have at my fingertips. Let me go onto Google. Oh, wait a minute. James Avery was the voice of Shredder? No way.
It was almost like a welcoming card. Like, welcome to the internet. Like, the adult stuff is over there. And, oh, yeah, by the way, James Avery was also Shredder. Wait, what?
And to compare him to his counterparts in the comics and then in the movie, his Shredder, I enjoyed it. He's very much in that Cobra Commander 80s villain vein, Megatron, of great aspirations to take over the world, to dominate their enemies, but are always foiled by either their overconfidence or their idiotic minions or just plain bad luck.
And then he devolves into a petulant child at the drop of a hat whenever his scheme is foiled. And like that's at the end of Act 1. He's like, no, flips over the table like he's got a Monopoly game going on and he's pissed that he's losing. Like I think adding the comedy to Shredder is they were able to get so much mileage out of that character rather than just like, I must take over and destroy the Turtles.
And especially he gets to play off of Krang, which Krang very much changed from the comics. Now, I will say, I read the first 8 issues of the Eastman and Laird run. I had read further when I was younger, but I did not read further for this podcast, so I can't remember if it is developed later. But Krang in the cartoon was a derivative of the TCRI aliens that were basically responsible for mutating the Turtles and Shredder in the original Eastman Laird comic run.
Yeah, and depending on which versions you like, it could be the TCRI aliens or the Oomtroms. I think that was like the 03 series. Like they gave them that name and everything. I think they even like name dropped like one of the Oomtroms was named Krang at one point. But yeah, and it's so funny. Like I even messaged like when I messaged you, I'm like, yeah, episode 3 or issue 3, and we got freaking aliens. And like in like the big like paper the magazine side trade paperback of those first 8 issues, like if folks have not read it, at the end of each issue, I think is it Eastman that's writing or is it Laird that's writing that?
It's both of them. Both of them do annotations, but I think Eastman is the bigger voice between the two of them, which kind of checks because Eastman's always been the one who's been more out there. Yeah, than Laird, who kind of wanted his privacy.
Right. I mean, the fact that, like, because Laird was, like, 29 when this started, and, like, Eastman was, like, his early 20s, so, like, he was an energetic kid. Like, apparently Eastman, because of the millions they were making, like, he bought, like, a just like a disused like tank at one point because like he had fuck you money at that point.
Well, he
So,
also bought Heavy Metal, the magazine,
I mean,
and he
wouldn't you?
married Julie Strain. They're divorced now, but he married Julie Strain.
Oh my god, I didn't know that.
Yes, he did.
Huh.
See,
I-
kids, get into comics. Comic book writers and artists, they get all the chicks.
Yeah, I mean, like, all right. One, like, what other celebrity folks have married comic book artists and everything? I mean, well, maybe Stan Lee and Bob Kane. Like, they probably.
Yeah, but then we got Gossip Gertie out of it. Come on.
I mean, Mrs. Kane is. Oh, it seemed like a lovely person. Just Gossip Gertie, like, oh, Bruce Wayne, Brucey, like that. Like I like that just brought back like a non-flashback for me. Just hearing it when you mentioned her
That was
name.
your Vietnam, right?
Like how could I defend Batman to my friends in like 99, 2000, or to 2002 when Marvel was trying to take over? I'm like, oh, yeah, how's Batman and Robin? Spider-Man's on the big screen. And I'm like, you got me there.
But have you seen Gossip Gertie?
Yeah, and that's what they say before they start beating the crap out of me. But yeah, it like the Krang and Shredder relationship, like as an odd couple. And their two idiot sons at Bebop and Rocksteady, it's just perfect.
And that too, I always enjoy cartoon depictions of punks and or punk rockers, and
Yes.
that's what Bebop and Rocksteady and some of the other minions who Shredder was doing his experiments on and they kind of look like Zartan's henchmen also from G.I. Joe.
Oh God, yeah. And it's so funny, like the 80s and 90s depictions of punks is just a wonderful thing because some of it's real, like some of it's like really spot on, some of it is just wildly inaccurate. But like I was just playing, I had rented like RoboCop Rogue City, which came out like 2 or 3 years ago, and like most of the people you're going up against are punks, so you just like see like a bunch of like over the top folks with like mohawks with AK-47s, you're just shooting them in the nuts the entire time. Like, this is fun right now. But yeah, Bebop and Rocksteady, like I know people have been upset that they were not in the first movie, but like they were creations for the cartoon, so they didn't.
That was my next.
That
was my next question. I was going to ask you if they were creations of the cartoon or if they were introduced later in the run.
No, like I think they were eventually like kind of like grandfathered into the comics. I imagine so, but no, since they were creations of the cartoon and the movie was an adaptation of the comics, they couldn't legally use them. But try explaining that to a 7-year-old in 1990, and
who just wanted their Bebop and Rocksteady Happy Meal toy.
And that's why, like, hey, we have Tolkien Raza in Secret of the Ooze. Like, does this help? Like, no, you're actively pissing me off. I don't care if there's a Vanilla Ice concert going on right now. This is not helping.
You know, I'm surprised Vanilla Ice didn't have more of a movie career after Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2.
Are you?
You would think that the cartoon, and now again, because I only watched the first 5 episodes, they had the Triceratons sitting right there from the comics, and that's a great design. And that's in one of the I enjoyed because I have the same collection from IDW, the first 8 issues. I enjoyed the annotations. It's kind of like having the extras on a Blu-ray. I enjoy that for something like this, to read the creator's mindset and to hear them saying, to have them telling the audience that, you know, Jack Kirby was such a big influence on us, and we would do those page 1 spreads because that's how Jack Kirby would introduce an issue, and then they would move on to, you know, the 4 boxes and stuff like that. They were doing that because of Kirby, and just get into their process of how they were creating the comics at the time. And they weren't working for DC and Marvel. They were famously self-publishing, so they could do whatever they wanted. And once after the first issue went through 3 printings, and you know that there is a hunger for this, you're going to let your creativity run wild, because what do you have to lose? In 1984-85, I don't think Eastman and Laird were thinking we're going to be billionaires one day, and there's going to be action figures and 15 movies and 10 cartoon series. So it was really interesting to read the collection and get to read their thoughts on why they made choices and how. I mean, I didn't know that they worked together. They both drew and wrote the comic together. They would hand pages back and forth or send pages to each other back and forth, and not just inking and penciling. I mean, they were both penciling, they were both inking, and they were both writing. So that it's just amazing to think that, you know, they're sitting in a room together in 1984, and 40 years later, oh, now we're billionaires. Now I'm divorced from Julie Strain.
Like, I think they want to achieve what every creator wants to, being able to quit your day job and do what you love. And they were able to, like, after the first printing, like you said, the first 2 or 3 printings of the first issue, like, oh no, this is an actual, there's a hunger for this. And the Triceratons did eventually show up on the 87 cartoon. Like,
Okay.
It just makes you wonder why weren't they there to begin with, but with the Fugitoid and everything. Yeah, it really is remarkable like that. I mean, because I think Eastman and Laird are shrewd businessmen. I think from the jump, and the fact that they watched what happened to Kirby, how Kirby got screwed over because of the work for hire that he did for both Marvel and DC, and the fact that they protected themselves and they only licensed TMNT for so long until they eventually, like, Eastman sold his share to Ninja Turtles to Laird, and Laird sells it for $16 million to Viacom, which, in the grand scheme of things, you feel like he could have gotten more. I mean, the fact that Star Wars, like, I know Ninja Turtles is not Star Wars, but, like, it seems like that was like a drop in the bucket for Viacom at that point.
Yeah, you wonder, and you're a creator, so I mean, I'll ask you. You wonder how, I've read interviews with them, and I'm sure in 88, 87, they didn't care how their creations were being depicted because the money was rolling in, and you can go buy a tank. Like you said, you have fuck you money, so hey, I'm going to go buy a tank. I don't care if they sanded down the edges of, and I think people tend to forget, and I didn't even bring it up, but when they were created as a parody of tropes that were popular at the time in the early 80s. The New Mutants, the Frank Miller, Daredevil, and Ronin.
Yeah.
Yes. So it's not like they were trying to make this grand statement. They were just, as you said, they wanted to quit their day jobs. They were comic book artists and writers, and they were kind of taking the piss out of comics that they enjoyed. It's not that they were making fun of them. And famously, Laird scribbled a sketch on a napkin of a turtle holding a bow staff and just said, oh, it's a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle.
Yeah.
And from there, greatness follows. But, I mean, like, as I said, you're a creator, so I just wonder if once it goes, if Eastman or Laird, when they turn on the TV in 1996 and see a D-grade representation of their babies, basically, if they do think, okay, this has kind of gotten out of hand, or do they just roll back over and fall into the pool that's filled with $100 bills and say, oh, well, what are you going to do?
Yeah, is it like the moment from the Flaming Moe's episode of The Simpsons when Homer's yelling at Moe, "You just lost a valuable customer," and you can't hear him over the ka-chinging of the cash register. I lost what, Homer? You just lost the line. Homer, I can't hear you. I wonder if it is like that, or if there was a sense of pride that, like, this may have gotten away from us. That even though I'm lighting my cigar with $100 bill, like, I wonder if this has gotten out of hand. I have not read up on how they felt about that series, but the fact that Eastman has had at least a consultant level of input for the Ninja Turtles ever since then. I mean, the fact that, like, the last Ronin,
I was going to say, I mean, even like you think of, we were joking about Gossip Gertie and Bob Kane. Bob Kane seemed like somebody, I mean, obviously he took a lot more credit for Batman and the creations of characters around Batman than he should have. And I don't think he was somebody who really cared how Batman was depicted in any kind of media as long as his name was out there as the creator of Batman. And I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing, because if the characters are going to last, they're going to last for a reason, and one of those reasons is they're malleable and can change over time. And one of the reasons why Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles has lasted is because different generations of kids keep discovering them and enjoying them.
Yeah.
Once me, who was not a huge fan, but was a fan, kind of discards it and says, okay, this is I'm too much of an adult for this. I'm not gonna watch this anymore. There's a whole new generation of kids that are just ready to buy video games and buy toys and watch cartoons. And you don't get that, as you brought up with Spawn, that it was popular, and it was popular because it was at a certain time period in the 90s when extreme type of characters that especially Image were publishing were in vogue, and Spawn famously had it was a critically acclaimed HBO animated series, but that's only going to take you so far. And Spawn isn't a character that you can say, okay, we can kind of change him and make him more kiddie friendly. That's not the character. So it's going to kind of have a shelf life, or it's going to hit a certain peak that it could go to, and then it's either going to stay there or fall back down.
In the times where they've tried to change things up, because obviously there's medieval Spawn and there's all different kind of iterations of it, and it's not as, like you said, it's not as malleable as something that was started out with so much potential. But yeah, Spawn, more like Billy Kincaid, a ice cream man and child molester and murderer and stuff like that, and Alan Moore writing an issue of after Kincaid was murdered by Spawn, he's going through his own Dante's Inferno, and just there's gonna be a breaking point where this is just this is either too dark and depressing, or it's just it's gonna become so over the top and people are like, all right, I've had enough of this nonsense, and leave it. It's really remarkable. But you think of something like The Crow. The Crow you could do so much with the idea of The Crow, and that started out as a mature story. I mean, you could do you could do a samurai crow if you wanted to, or you could do an Old West crow if you wanted to. But I don't know, something about Spawn where it's nope, that is definitely of its time, of its moment. It certainly is continued, but it is unique to the early 90s, and the fact that Image Comics seems like a direct response to people like Alan Moore, Grant Morrison, Neil Gaiman, the art student versions of writers that the British invasion in comics in the late 80s and early 90s.
That's a good point, though, with The Crow, because they've tried with The Crow, and it's a shame. I mean, everybody knows Brandon Lee. It's a shame, because there would have been a sequel. I'm sure he would have come back for a sequel, and it probably would have propelled his career. So that is a shame that, the sliding doors, you don't get to see how his life and his career would have turned out. But they've tried. I mean, they tried with the sequel, and I couldn't even tell you who played the character in the second movie. They tried.
I know Iggy Pop was one of the goons who killed him.
That's right. And they tried with a TV show, a syndicated TV show in the late 90s. Yeah.
I love Mark Dacascos, but that was not one of his finer acting moments. I'm sorry, dude.
It's famously, what was it, last year or was it this year? The rebooted version or the remake.
Bill Skarsgård, I think it was 2 years ago.
Was it 2 years ago? Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody remembers because nobody went to see it, and it was it's misguided. I like Bill Skarsgård, and I think he's a good actor. I think they need to find something for him to do, like some kind of franchise, or superhero movies have been lurking around him for a while, but that just was not it, because and the whole outfit and look of the character, I don't know. I mean, I can't speak. I didn't see it, but it didn't look
like a
right.
SoundCloud rapper, like the stereotype of SoundCloud rapper. Let me try and be kind about that. But yeah.
So I mean, it's like I'm saying, oh gee, I wonder how they felt. But you see it with these other franchises. Everybody wants what Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles became. That's what they want. Something that's going to last and keep on going and just keep on rebooting itself. And honestly, I think that's a good word with TMNT, is rebooting, because they've changed. The cartoons, I mean, it's different types of versions. There have been kind of darker versions of the cartoon, like not super Spawn dark, but a little bit more mature. And then
Yeah.
it's gone back to being silly. It's changed with the times, where the turtles' personalities themselves are very different, I think, now in some of the cartoons than they were from 1987. And it's
Yeah.
the same thing with the movies. If you watch the 1990 movie, and I myself have not seen did Michael Bay produce the ones in the early 2010s?
If it was like Platinum Dunes through Paramount, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I have not seen them, but I've seen the the designs, and I've read some of the comments from fans who didn't seem very happy. But I mean, they keep making enough money and generating enough interest that people keep coming back. So it's going to keep it's ball's going to keep on rolling. The shell is going to keep on rolling.
Yeah, like they will pull a Bad Wolf and they're like, I'll just hit the big red reboot button and we'll have a different version of TMNT in a couple of years, where it's like, no, we'll just like give it 5 to 6 years, there'll be a new one and everything. Like Mutant Mayhem is like obviously the most recent version of a movie I have not seen. I know there's recent video games like Shredder's Revenge and everything that was well liked, but yeah, it's like there is a version of TMNT for you if you want to find it, and like if you want something super dark, gritty, you have to see the Mirage comics, like the most recently The Last Ronin, which Kevin Eastman was like a script on that, which is, have you read Last Ronin?
I haven't. I saw the hype for it though when it was coming out, and I was aware of it. He was involved with it, so people were excited. And I've seen, just going on different websites and stuff like that, seen some of the artwork, and it looks very much like a throwback to the earlier kind of origins of the characters. But I've heard good things about it.
Yeah, so I like it. It's surprisingly emotional by the end, but there is a final battle, like it goes full circle and it ties back into another Frank Miller story that is parodying it or satirizing, and I was like Leonardo DiCaprio meme at that. I was like, oh, I see what you did there. That's amazing. So yeah, I would recommend Last Ronin. Like you have just enough context jumping into it that anybody can be like, okay, can pick up what the hell's going on up there. But you have that, or you have the cartoons. You have the 96 live-action TV series for all the sickos out there that really enjoyed it. I mean...
Well, you were saying, you can find your version. So with the 90 movie, and you were born in 91, as I keep reminding myself. Like,
now you just heard it yourself.
I know,
You're just being a masochist right now.
So how did you discover the 90 movie? Because I think when I said to you, I'm watching the movie, didn't you say that I want to try to get the 4K collection?
Yes.
So I would assume that you are a fan of the 90 movie.
Yes, like it is one of those things where like periodically I change my cover photo on Facebook because there's a famous photo of Michael Keaton in the bat suit during '89 when he's in front of the computer's display in the Batcave, and somebody photoshopped the Ninja Turtles surrounding him like side by side in the cave, and I'm like, that works. They would work in this world right here. And I'm just like, there is a love and affection to that movie that I cannot really explain. Where I saw it on VHS, my older cousins showed it to me, and there's times where that I'll be like doing an exercise or like lifting weights or I'm running something like that, and I'm just about spent. I'm about to give up on myself, but then somewhere in the back of my mind, my subconscious starts playing those notes of like from the Shredder suite when it's the rooftop battle between the Turtles and Shredder, where it's like the synth comes in and like drums start pounding, and I'm like, nope, I got to keep going right here. And I think that's one of the most like impressive battles I've ever put on screen, where it doesn't look like it's like this is like it's a 4-on-1 battle on a rooftop. It doesn't look that impressive. They don't look like they're moving that fast, but you have to take into account how limiting those suits were for the performers, and how they're able to do somersaults and fly through the air, like probably with the help of trampolines and stuff like that. And I'm like, to me, that's like a magic trick to me. And even though I do question how Casey Jones just straight up murders the Shredder at the end of that movie. And somehow he lives and comes back, and no one questions like how he somehow lives, and then he turns into
comic
Kevin
books.
Nash. Yeah, it's comic books. And he mutates himself into Kevin Nash Super Shredder at the end of the second one.
Forgot about that.
Yeah. And then a doc kills him at the end of that movie. God. As I say that out loud, I realize just how ridiculous that sounds. So yeah,
man, Casey Jones, Elias Koteas. I love watching Zodiac. And my son and I watch Zodiac, and I'm like, this is a really great movie. You should watch this with me. You know, we've just been getting into watching Interstellar and more adult movies because he's 14. I'm like, well, watch Zodiac, and he liked it. But I'm like, see that guy right there? Yeah, he was first time I saw him, he was Casey Jones in the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie.
Oh, but I mean, like when I think of that, I think of the scene from the first movie where I think it's Donatello and Casey are working on the truck, and they're insulting each other in alphabetical order. And I'm just like, that's just really clever right there.
And of course, Judith Hogue as April O'Neil. Yes.
Be still my beating hearts.
Yes, my 15-year-old self was very, very interested in seeing Judith Hogue on the big screen.
Yes.
And it's a shame you didn't. I don't know. I don't remember her doing a lot of stuff after the first one, and she is very good. She plays off. I think she really does get across the relationship that April and the Turtles had in the comics, because I think that was a really great part of the original comics, was the relationship that April has with the four of them. And I thought she was really charming. And it's got to be hard to, you just brought up with the fight scenes and the outfits, they're so limiting. It's got to be hard to play against. A lot of people say now with CGI, like, oh, it's really hard to play against CGI because you're looking at an apple that's hung off the ceiling and you're trying to emote to it. Yeah. It's got to be tough to try to show real emotion to four people in turtle costumes. And, I mean, we'll bring up the costumes. Jim Henson's workshop, just amazing costuming and puppetry. They make magic. They always have. So I don't think we could have asked for more in 1990. I know now with CGI, and I brought up the Platinum Dunes versions. Yeah, you can make them look more real, but I would much rather watch that 1990 movie because there's a lot more heart in it, and the relationships I can buy more than I'm sure that I would buy from the early 2000s movie. Yeah. And I just think it's a perfect amalgamation of the comics, the cartoon, keeping some of the grittiness that the comics had, taking a couple of different storylines and slapping them together into the movie. And I'm watching it last week. I was actually very impressed they were able to pull it off. I mean, I'm sure they knew that they were going to they could have put something cheap out there and just knew that, hey, we're going to put Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, slap the title on there. It's going to be a movie. Kids are going to want their parents to take them to it. We'll make some money. We'll make a buck off of it. When you go and get Jim Henson to do the costumes, right there, you're saying, okay, we're taking this seriously. Yeah. And if you're pulling from the comics, I mean, again, like I was saying, this is 1990. It's not now where, you watch a Thor movie and you say to your buddy sitting next to you, or I say to my brother, oh, they're kind of taking stuff from this run and the Simonson run and all this. Back then, they didn't care. I mean, Batman came out. They had the Joker killing Batman's parents, so they didn't care about taking stuff from the comic books. But I'm sure fans who went to go see it and were probably, fans, you know how it is. If they were fans of the original comic, like, oh, I'm going to go see it, but it's not going to be like the comic, man. I'm sure they were impressed and said, okay, well, they're at least kind of paying respect to the original run. So I just think it's, I think, obviously, because talking to you, like you said, it's something that you remember. I think it is fondly remembered. It's not like it's up there with, oh my goodness, it's like one of these one of these. It's going to be preserved in the Smithsonian. But I think for certain generations of kids, that's how they were introduced to this franchise.
Oh, absolutely. And before we move on, I had to bring up, as we mentioned Elias Cody as Casey Jones, I just have to say, a Jose Canseco bat? Tell me, you didn't pay money for this. That's just because, just to get ahead of somebody who's listening doesn't get mad at us for it. No, I imagine, like...
He's great, by the way. He's very, very good in the movie. Again, you can tell with these movies if the actors are taking it seriously or if they're... It's a lot like Michael Caine when he talked about being in Muppet Christmas Carol and said, I am going to act like I am doing this straight, and I'm not playing against Muppets. I'm doing Christmas Carol. And that's, I mean, you can do it, and you could tell if an actor is like, oh man, I'm just here for the paycheck, and I got to get through it. I think that makes the movie better, that you could tell that everybody is on their A game while they're making this.
Oh yeah, I feel like the audience has a really fine-tuned bullshit meter when it comes to actors, where like that person is looking at the camera, but they're looking past the camera at their paycheck being waved at them like a cue card. No, like Elias and everyone else played it straight because, and I think there's a tactileness to the 91 because there has to be. They couldn't do. I imagine if they had CGI technology back then, they might have done that rather than practical. And I think that there's, like you were saying before, like they didn't do it like a super cheap version where like we're gonna make all of our money back in the first weekend, we're gonna get out, and then by week 2 it'll be like a 75% drop off, but doesn't matter, we'll be in profit at that point. They don't pull like a producers with the first Ninja Turtles movie. Like there was an actual sincerity and wanting to tell the best story possible, and I think it shows on screen. And I imagine there were some, because it's so funny you're saying there was probably fans of the comic who probably hated the cartoon because like, oh, that's not my Ninja Turtles, and the movie is like, well, that's not my Ninja Turtles either, because somebody dug up like in 1999 2000 postings on like a Lord of the Rings fan site saying like just shitting on Peter Jackson's movies before they even came out, like, what do you mean Arwen is actually saving Frodo at one point? Urkai being born out of pits. This is bullshit. This is gonna suck. They're like, oh, they're putting a woman in this. Like, just because the internet has never changed, people have never changed like that. So yeah, it is really, it's fascinating like that. But I bet you, to some people who really like this, like their defining moments of their childhood are probably Optimus Prime dying in the first movie and the 90 Ninja Turtles movie, like the two defining moments of their childhood.
Yeah, and they got to be introduced to Sam Rockwell also.
Slinging cigarettes. I mean, with like the coolest layer, like between this, Hook, and everybody just kind of wanted like an inline skate park as like ultimate child fulfillment right there.
Yeah, it was interesting to see what Hollywood thought juvenile delinquents looked like in 1990. It was like the island of it was like the island of I was going to say the island in Misfit Toys, but that's not what it is. But what's the island in Pinocchio where they go to and they're smoking the cigars and they're
Pleasure Island?
It was kind of like that, where it's like they get to go play video games and they're doing inline skating and they're practicing ninjutsu. I don't know if the Shredder, and I think was it James Sato who played him in the movie?
I believe so. I believe you're correct there.
I will say, as much as I love James Avery, and I think they had to depict him the way he's depicted in the cartoon, Shredder in the movie, he is a credible threat to the Turtles in a non-threatening to a 6-year-old type of way, to not make him too scary. But
no,
I do like how he's depicted. I do like the uniform. I don't know if his master plan is that great. I don't know if you're counting on street ruffians to build up your empire. But they let the turtles use their weapons a little bit. They're usually getting knocked out of their hands after a while, and then they're slapping the foot soldiers in the face and hitting them with their shells. But they get to use the weapons a little bit. The fight scenes, as you said, for being so limited in what they could do, still come out really well. And you could speak to this more than I can as a filmmaker. I think it's not just point and shoot. I think there's a little bit of a flavor to the movie. I think it captures that late 80s, much like we were talking about with the cartoon and even with the comic. It captures late 80s New York, even though it's filmed in North Carolina. I do like, they do carry over a little bit of that grittiness that the comic did so well. And even some of the street scenes where they're fighting, you could tell that they saw some of the splash pages in the comics and they tried to recreate just the way that Eastman and Laird would draw those buildings, because they have a certain unique way of the way they would draw buildings, and they would have the alleyways. I think, as I said, I don't think it was, hey, let's get something out there and make some money. I'm sure they wanted to do that, but I think the people who were making the movie had different ideas, much to the celebration of fans like yourself who discovered the franchise that way.
Yeah, it's like there is a deleted scene that extended Shredder's introduction in the movie, where like he's in a cross-legged position on the floor, and a bunch of foot soldiers come at him trying to take him out, and just from that seated position, he's able to take them all out, just to show like how do you show this guy's a real badass, or how evil he is. Like, he beats up on his own subordinates. This is a person not to be trifled with. And like there is a craft to it, and like there is probably some like New York shooting, but obviously the backlots are in North Carolina and everything, and it's really remarkable about how there is care put into it, and like just pointing a camera and shooting, that is Ninja Turtles 2 to a T. I'm sorry. I secretly used it. I have some fondness for it, but there is genuine filmmaking put into this. And you're right. I mean, is Shredder's plan really that much different from Cyrus's plan from the Warriors, where we're just going to get 100,000 men and take over the city and hopefully nothing goes wrong? No. I mean, I'm sure the Foot Clan would be like, can you dig it? And be like, yeah, hell yeah, we're going to do that. Why'd you kill Cyrus? No reason, because I like doing stuff like that. So I had to quote.
How they never had like a Warriors and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles crossover comic.
I mean, it's right there. I mean, especially the director's cut of the Warriors, where they put in comic panels as transitions from scene to scene. God damn it! Now,
see,
you know what? I
I
am pulling a bit from Jamie Drewley. Here's my wallet. There we go. Oh shit! There goes my Batman figure.
Don't break your Batman figure.
Yeah.
Using that money in there to buy a new Batman figure. Yeah, one of the things I brought up, Jim Henson, I think getting him helped, because you know that you're going to get the kind of quality that they're going to bring to the movie. It could have gone really wrong with something like Shredder, as I was watching the movie, and Shredder is interacting with the young kid, with April's boss's son, with Danny. Mm-hmm. It's Dan now. With Danny. It's a puppet basically, but you're buying that this character has been tortured and is strung up and is bleeding and near death. And I'm using that to transition because we haven't talked about Shredder yet in any of the iterations of the comic, the cartoon, or the movie, and the different origins that they give the Turtles over all of the different media. I mean, it always is the four Turtles. Now, do you think that's Matt Murdock, who is getting hit in the head with the TCRI canister?
I consider that canonical.
Okay.
That it, like, I even said that we're like, I put on the 87 series and we're watching it, and when Matt like drops the bowl of turtles and stuff like that, and I said like, hey honey, that's canonically Daredevil right there. And she's like, what? I'm like, yeah, the mutagen that turned him blind and gave him the powers mutated the turtles. And she's like, oh, that sort of kind of makes sense. And she like processed that, and I'm like, yeah, I can kind of buy that.
Maybe they're going to be in Daredevil Born Again season 2. You never know.
I mean, Jessica Jones is back. I mean, like it would be if somehow they can strike a deal between Paramount and Disney to do that. You know what? Like I would not be mad about that.
Well, you brought up Batman and the Ninja Turtles. Have they ever crossed over with any Marvel characters? Have they ever done a Marvel crossover?
That is a good question. I do not know. I mean,
see, now I'm saying that I could see like Turtles, Daredevil. That would have been a. That seems like it's just makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, like obviously they had the crossover with Batman. Like James Tynion the Fourth, like wrote like several volumes of that. And if you want a great conversation about that, I'm going to plug another show, the Batman Book Club. Our mutual friend Andy DiGenova guests like most of his episodes of that show was him talking to Ryan about the TMNT and Batman crossovers, which are great, especially the first animated movie.
Yeah, that was good.
It's just the one animated movie, but
I think it was just the one, right?
No luck catching them killers, huh? It was just the one killer, actually. Sorry, that's how my brain works sometimes. But like when somebody says like just the one, I'm like, yeah, it's just the one swan, actually. Yeah, no, like you think it would be fortuitous for a Daredevil and Ninja Turtles comic book crossover. I think that would just go hand in hand.
Yeah, and I mean that's with the original comic. I mean, the creators did say that they were basically riffing on Daredevil right there. I think they themselves have said it's canonically Matt Murdock. I think that brings us around to the comic itself. I will say this, and that was the last bit that I ingested before we did the podcast. Every few years, I'll reread the Eastman and Laird run, and I always say to myself, I need to read more of this. I really enjoy the Eastman and Laird comics, and much like I said with the annotations that they had, and I like to see the behind the scenes stuff, I also just like to see how they progressed from that first issue to getting more confidence and knowing that people were enjoying this, and then saying to themselves, we have nothing to lose, let's just keep going and make it bigger and bigger. And as you joked about, okay, in issue 3 they're already dealing with aliens, but they had said in the notes that they have, well, you know what? I mean, why not? We always wanted to draw space battles, and they were very much in the Star Wars. Let's do an asteroid that's hollowed out and is being propelled, and the turtles are going into space. And it's got to be the feeling of freedom to know that, okay, we have nobody telling us. There's no editor saying, well, we have to keep within this universe, and we have to cross over with these people, and we have to do this. And this is before the movies and the cartoons came out, so they could do anything. They could have the turtles kill people. They could have whole sections of the comics with no dialogue and the turtles just having a battle, and not have to worry about anybody saying to them, well, that's not really going to bode well for sales of action figures. And parents don't want to see kids looking at that. And it's not me saying that, yeah, man, this is like the original Turtles and this is how they were meant to be. No, because I enjoy the movie and I enjoy the cartoon also. But there is just something special about those original comics. I wasn't there. It's not like in 1984 I was walking into a comic book store and saw an issue of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. But I did buy, and it was First Publishing, did a collection of the original 11 Eastman and Laird comics. They colorized them, and it's a really and it was not. They did a really good job, and it's a really, you can find the collection online. It's a lot of money. When we were talking about this, I thought about it, and then I said to myself, it's cheaper just to get the IDW collection. I can't. Yeah. And my brother, you know what? My brother might have the collections with him because I think he bought them, and I just borrowed them when I would read them, but. Yeah, I can remember going to the comic book store with my dad and my brother in the Dirt Mall that was near us. That was the only comic book store that we had near us, as we discussed in our previous episode. And that's kind of how I discovered the original run. I only knew them from the cartoons. I knew them from the cartoons, and I will say I knew them from the 1990 or 91 Nintendo video game that had that cool ass cover
with all of them in red.
Yes. And then you played the game, and I was like, wait a minute. I thought this was going to look cooler. But yeah, I've just always been. I love those. I always enjoy myself whenever I go back and reread the original Eastman and Laird run.
Yeah, it's really remarkable, and you're right. Like, they are not getting notes saying McDonald's has issues with something, the content of the last issue you just published. Like, Coca-Cola is threatening to walk away if we don't change up the execution of these stories, and it really shows. I mean, and also shows that they did not have a plan, because they kill Oroku Saki at the end of the first issue. It was supposed to be a one-off, and it became like a thing, and then that's how they kind of let the crowbar him back into the story many issues later. And it really is what, like, I think it's what makes the first three Star Wars movies so endearing to people years later, is because even though, like George Lucas likes to say, like, he had a plan all along, it's total horseshit. They were making up as they went.
Yep.
Otherwise, you wouldn't have had Luke and Leia make out in Empire. If you had knew that all along, that is weird.
I don't know what they're doing up there in Northern California, Tim.
Marin County, they're
it's
a
different than
breed
us
up there.
East Coasters, you know.
Yeah, I guess so. But, like, the fact that, like, oh no, they're finding how they want to tell the story in a dynamic way and everything, and it really is fascinating that you could have. It's the same reason why, like, if you look at the movies like Stanley Kubrick, like, you look at his first couple movies, like, his low budget, and they're kind of not great, and then that guy goes on to make A Clockwork Orange in 2001: A Space Odyssey. Like, oh no, you do not have to be born into being a perfect creator from the jump. You can develop, and if you work hard enough, you can create something really memorable. And that's what this was with this series. And it's so funny. Every comic book store I've gone into, there's always three wall books up there that are super expensive. It is is it Spider-Man 200 or 300 is the Todd McFarlane.
The black with the black suit.
Yeah.
I have that. I have that somewhere. I gotta find it, but I have it. Yes, it's 300.
300. It's Mad
I'm
Love.
gonna have Andy Leyland on soon, so he can confirm if that's 300.
Yes. It's Mad Love.
Mm-hmm.
Or if it's not Mad Love, it's the first introduction of Harley Quinn in the Batman Adventures, and it's issue 2 of TMNT. Because I think it's because of April O'Neil, the Mousers. It's always something I see, like, either like well preserved, or it's gone full, like, it's preserved in plastic and it's graded and everything like that. And it's just really astounding where, like, no, like, it's something that became very evergreen, and, like, no, like, this will always be a hot ticketed item if you want to get, like, a first run, especially, of it. I wonder if anybody's able to track down the first zines they put out prior to the first publication. I'm like, I bet you they're in horrible condition, but it would be a piece of history right there.
Now, when did you first get to read the original Eastman and Laird comics? What led you to them?
It was one of those things where, like, I think I saw the Turtles Forever movie, which was, like, it had the 87 animated series, the 2003 series, and then, like, the animated version of the comic book in black and white, like Spider-Man Noir, like, they're in black and white.
I actually watched that. That was cool. It was very cool.
Yeah. I mean, even if they do make, like, the 87 series, like, the butt of the joke, like, they're real dumb, it seems like, in that, at least in depiction of them. But it was seeing that, I'm like, okay, that looks cool. And I think it was just, I was walking through my local comic book store, and I was in like the IDW section, and I'm like, huh, I've never read this, and I took it off the rack, and just seeing how massive it is. I mean, I love the magazine size
Yep.
of it. I mean, just bigger panels are just really cool. I love black and white comics. That's why. I wish I had more room for like the Judge Dredd case files, because I just like I'd have an entire library of just all the progs of 2008 with Judge Dredd, and or if or whatever manga I could be getting into. Like big part of my comic book collection is the 6 volumes of Akira, because they're just so huge. And I don't know, it's like, because we're so used to of superheroes specifically being of certain just those few limited colors. Black and white comics is really, really cool. That's why I like the Marvel Essentials. Like if you like the dirt cheap trade paperbacks.
I loved it. Like you just said, dirt cheap, but just a great way to, one, admire the art, and two, get caught up with all those. I mean, I think Spider-Man from, I think I have up to like the early 80s, where I was starting to actually read some of the comics, but they were easy to collect because they're not that expensive. Now this, like you said, is a little bit nicer. It's the magazine size. It's like really good paper stock, and it's got, as we said, the annotations and all that kind of stuff. But for comic book nerds like us who want to dig a little bit deeper, it's just manna from heaven.
Oh, absolutely. And so wait, like by early 80s, like Spider-Man was, who was writing him at that point? Was Len Wein? Was it Roger Stern? Or
I think I went up to the Roger Stern, so like 84. Like,
okay.
By the time Roger Stern was got like Black Costume, I mean, because that's when I was really first starting to get into Spidey. Like realizing, wanting to buy them myself instead of just like, hey, I'm watching Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends and getting coloring books.
I know we were talking about Spider-Man Brand New Day before we started recording. I know this is a total tangent, but didn't he have the black suit in the Secret Wars comic?
Yeah, he got it in the Secret Wars, but it's funny, the way the Secret Wars was being released, and the stuff that happened in it was happening monthly, so they had to, like, the black costume, I think, was introduced even before he actually got it in the actual miniseries.
Oh god!
Because of just the way they were releasing it, and that's that classic cover that is just basically the cover of Amazing Fantasy 15, but it's him in the black costume with the 2 little kids.
Right. The reason why I bring that up, I wonder if Holland will be wearing that suit in Avengers Secret Wars.
I think they said that they think he's going to be in the black costume, but I will see. I mean, it's rumors. It's rumors. You never know.
Yeah. I mean, it's a freaking who's who right now. Who's in? Like, everybody's going to get like 5 minutes.
Just bring back Nicholas Hammond for 5 minutes, please. Have Nicholas Hammond be
Uncle Ben.
Either Uncle Ben or have him be an older, far in the future Spider-Man.
Oh, like that's Tom Holland, like as like an old man or something like that.
Because nobody would know who he is except for like extreme nerds like us. But we'd be like, like you said, the Leonardo DiCaprio pointing meme. We'd be like, I know that guy.
Which is even doubly funny because he was in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Yes, that's true. Yeah, God. And Leonardo DiCaprio was. James Cameron wanted him to play Spider-Man when he wrote the script. See, it all comes back.
It all comes back to Spider-Man.
It all comes back to Spider-Man.
That's if like Andy Lehman wants to really like steal that naming convention from his buddy Michael Bailey.
Yeah,
no, it all comes back to Spider-Man.
It's the spin-off of it.
Oh jeez. Anyway,
but we're talking about like all these different. You bringing up Spider-Man earlier and all this kind of stuff. I made the joke about the Archie Comics version of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and that was a thing. They were licensed out to Archie Comics and that was as an offshoot from the cartoon, just because if kids are going to be watching this, okay, we need to have a family-friendly version of the comic book. Now, did you read, other than the earlier issues, have you, and Last Ronin, like you said, how far have you gone, or did you like keep on reading Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, or fall in and out, or?
I've fallen out. I mean, that's just because it's just time, and I realize I'm a total Ninja Turtle tourist when it comes to comics. Because I would want to read the Archie ones, because that just sounds... Because Archie showing up with anybody is always fun. I mean, if somebody puts a gun to my head, like top 10 favorite
Archie Punisher.
Archie Punisher is one of my favorite. It's one of my favorite covers of all time. I was behind that hill of him at the sock op, and he's the chaperone, and it looks like. It looks like Dolph Lundgren and Punisher, just like mean mugging and good trigger discipline, just like mean it looks like he's looking off panel at somebody who's maybe spiking the punch or something like that. Yeah, and I guess there was another Punisher showed up on Archie more recently, and I found that at a comic book store in Arizona around Thanksgiving, and I was like, this is the original. I don't care how much it would be. I'm just buying this just to have this. But yeah, I want to read more of the Eastman and Laird run. I want to continue on. I think there's been more stories of expansion in the last Ronin, and yeah, it's just like much like any comics, the first hit is free, people. If you've not read comics, the first hit's free. And now it's like, nope. It becomes a really hard addiction to kick if you really like it. And
I'm not gonna lie. You're saying that about comics. That was like podcasting for me. The first hit was free, and then it was like, oh man. I started getting the shakes. I was like scratching. I was like, I need to do more of this. How do I do more of this? But I think you really just encapsulated the whole Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle experience for me when you just said you're kind of a tourist with the comics. I think I'm kind of a tourist with the franchise on a whole, in that, yeah, I could, as I just said about like Spider-Man, I'll go out and buy 10 volumes of Spider-Man trade paperbacks because I want to have the whole collection because I'm such a Spider-Man fan. I'll dip in and out of Batman, but I'll always go back because I'm such a Batman fan. With Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, yeah, I won't think about the franchise itself at all for years, and then I'll see that IDW comic, and now after just reading this Volume 1, I've already been looking online and saying, okay, can I find a cheaper version of Volume 2 so I can continue with this and keep going? I'm not going to lie, if I'm riding on the Peloton and need something to watch, I'll put the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles cartoon on. And after watching the movie, I knew that the other two the reputations were not that great, but I'm not going to lie and say there wasn't a part of me that said, eventually maybe I'll watch Secret of the Ooze just to see. I saw Fellowship of the Ring and the Two Towers with my son in the movie theaters the past couple of weeks. Fathom was doing a Fathom event, and they didn't have the trailer, but just the commercials, and they would just bring up a still, and I think they're re-releasing Secret of the Ooze this year in theater, so it is a cult classic. There are fans of Secret of the Ooze, so yeah, I think I'm very much a tourist, and I always have been with Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I brought up the video games. I can remember I was never a big video game guy. That was the Nintendo video game. My brother was more of the gamer kid, but I was fascinated. I was intrigued by that cover because it was probably an Eastman and Laird drawing, and it was just a cool cover. I never bought the toys just because I was, by that time, 15, 16, so I really wasn't buying action figures. But I remember seeing them and thinking the design was very cool. I think my relationship with them, and that's why I was happy that you wanted to talk about it, is because I've always dipped in and out. And as I said at the very beginning of the podcast, my son, when he was 6 or 7, got into a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle phase. It happened just at the time that it was before Christmas also. So when we were cleaning out this basement, we had to get rid of the turtle blimp that we had gotten him. And there was a turtle battle van that I forgot that he had too. And we also, out in our garage, we still have it. It's covered by leaves and cobwebs, but there's a Leonardo Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle sprinkler that you would connect to the hose, and it would just spin around and shoot water out. So I think that goes back to not only me being a tourist of the whole franchise, but the lasting legacy and just the lasting interest in the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles that I don't think is going to abate anytime soon.
No, like I said, my older cousin is the one who got me into it. Like, one of them had the turtle van, and when I think of the turtle van, especially watching the episodes for the purposes of this show. Somebody was obviously watching the real Ghostbusters. Is like, you know what? I know what they need, including like the door that slides out with the turret and everything. I'm like, that's such a real Ghostbusters riff right there, of the Ecto-1.
Hey man, I was just talking about it. I just did an episode on the Blues Brothers, and I said Dan Aykroyd has given us some of the most iconic cars in pop culture with the Bluesmobile and Ecto-1. But I was lucky growing up because I got the Bluesmobile, Ecto-1, and the Turtle van and the Batmobile.
It's got cop tires, cop shocks, cop brakes.
Well, he did trade the Cadillac for a microphone, so I mean, you know.
Well, that makes sense.
That makes sense.
Which I know you just said the Blues Brothers. I remember it's so often like I do think about that ultimate destruction of the mall when they go driving.
Oh, we talk about it.
I remember I saw a video. Somebody took the tumbler chase from Batman Begins, but put that score from the mall scene underneath it. So like the tumbler's flying over roofs. Bum, 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 na, 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 na. He's flying over rooftops.
Well, now I know what I'm going to be looking for after we're done with this podcast. Tim, thank you. When I asked you to be back on, and I said, like, tell me what you want to talk about, because I wanted something that you were passionate about or that you were interested in. I'm glad that you brought this up because I had fun jumping back into it. I had fun being, once again, a tourist in the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles universe and getting to rewatch the cartoons that I haven't seen in 40 years, getting to reread the comics I haven't read in 10, 15 years, and getting to rewatch the movie that I hadn't watched, and enjoying all of them, thankfully. Because there was, you know, as I said, with the cartoon especially, there was a little trepidation of, okay, is this just going to be total slop? And it wasn't. It entertained me. I looked forward every night to getting onto the Peloton bike and riding and watching the next episode of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I cannot lie. I may be watching the next 5 after it just to see how the story continues and if it keeps up that cocaine-fueled quality of the first 5.
Yeah, I mean, like, this might sound sacrilegious. I'm not a He-Man person. Like, that was before my time.
Yeah, you're born in 91, so, I mean, it's before your time.
Yeah, but, like, it's also, like, I wasn't, like, around for, like, when the Ninja Turtles hit,
right.
But, like, it was passed down to me. Like, He-Man was not passed down
but
to
that's
me.
that's great that you're bringing that up. Now, the trailer for the Master of the Universe movie just came out last week at the time of this recording. He-Man's always been around, but I don't think it holds the same cachet that Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles does. I don't see... It looks like an interesting movie. I'm not going to lie. I loved He-Man when I was a kid, but if I don't see that in theaters, I'm not going to be crestfallen. I'll just catch it when it comes on streaming. I don't see that being a huge hit, but I think if you make the right kind of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle movie, I think you can get people to go. I don't know if you agree or disagree with that. I don't think it has the same pop culture cachet. And it's the same thing. I mean, cartoon had a movie that is a cult classic made in the late 80s and has kind of been around, but I don't think it's been around as much as the Turtles has.
No, because I think that one is far more cynical as a cartoon meant to sell toys.
Yep. And it's very much, you watch that cartoon, Filmation, using a lot of the same cells, a lot of the same poses.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Like it really, like, it looks like at times it's like, oh, Hanna-Barbera reusing assets over and over again. Hold my beer, I'm Filmation.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about this for over an hour and a half. I would love to say that we've figured out the secret of the ooze, the secret to why the secret to why the Turtles have stayed relevant, and
it's the pizza, obviously.
There you go. Yeah, we didn't even bring up the pizza.
No.
God, we didn't even bring up the pizza.
I mean, like, because
horrible
the fact
podcaster.
Yeah, if you get the first negative review on iTunes because of this episode, I apologize because we didn't bring up the nuances of we want ice cream and bubblegum on pizza or what have you.
I was impressed that it was a Domino's pizza in the movie. I would assume, I can't remember, but they must have had some kind of marketing deal with Domino's.
Yeah, but like apparently the cartoon series, from what I gathered, was like they pushed Pizza Hut for the cartoon series, and then the movies was Domino's, and people were just like, well, which is it? I can't support both of them. And it ruffled feathers because people were so hardened about the cartoon versus the movie.
Well, I would say, especially where you come from, I think you would agree with me that it should be neither Domino's or Pizza Hut, and just get it from somewhere local, because that's where the good pizza's from.
But look, that's the one thing about the second one, because the second movie opens up with everybody just eating pizza in New York City, and it's like the character of Kino works for like a local mom and pop pizza shop, which I'm like, oh, that makes far more sense. But obviously, advertisements help pay the budget for it. I get that.
I just think of the Wayne's World scene, Wayne sitting back with the bag of Doritos.
Yeah, it's a choice, and it's a choice for a new generation. It's like people do things just for money. It's really sad.
Dressed in the biker outfit.
Oh my god! Like that's why
I'm surprised they never had advertisements on the Turtles' face masks at any certain time.
Turn their shells into the body of a NASCAR car?
Yes, or like a soccer jersey.
Oh god! I feel like that's why sometimes watching sports in general can be depressing, because like you watch hockey, I'm like, oh, they have a clear cage pretty much around them with the glass and everything, so they can just chroma key whatever advertisement's on there, and I'm just like, there's something that's kind of gross about this, and you're watching these people give each other concussions and knock each other's teeth out.
Yeah, see, it's good. I could talk to a fellow hockey fan that I showed my son once highlights of the 1987 Flyers, and I was watching it, and I was looking at the boards, and it was just amazing that there's hardly any advertisements on it. And you think now, I mean, like you said, they used to have it all on there. Now I think they just chroma key everything onto there. Now they put it onto the ice where they'll have.
Yes.
I think my dad once, and my dad, I love him. He's an older gentleman. He said, "Why do they have that painted on the ice?" I'm like, "Dad, it's not really there. It's
superimposed.
It's superimposed on there."
That's why it was. I remember I was at a bar with a friend over the summer, and they had the SNY station on the TV, and it was a documentary about the 2000 Subway Series World Series between the Yankees and the Mets. And they cut the footage of Shea Stadium, which just breaks my heart, because I miss Shea Stadium as how grungy and broken down as it was near the end. I know, but I'm like, oh, look at they're advertising the old Pepsi logo. There's Kodak. There's Marlboro.
Yeah.
And I'm just I'm nostalgic for capitalism and just advertisements. That's how broken of a person I am.
No. Listen, if we're bringing up capitalism and we're doing a podcast about the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, I think that's it's a good one-to-one comparison right there. But I do want to thank you again for suggesting this, because I had a really good time, not only going over all of this media that I had kind of not forgotten about, but kind of pushed aside. So I'm glad I got to rediscover that, and I got to talk to you again. So that's always a good thing. Do you want to let people know what you're working on now? I brought up award-winning filmmaker, so you have to plug. You have to plug, Tim. I mean, you can plug the podcast, but you have to plug the films too.
Yes, I mean, in the time of the last recording and now, my fan film Batman Mask is now up on YouTube. You can just look for on YouTube Batman Mask YouTube channel, Through the Lens Productions, where you see my recent short film that's up there. It's of me taking on the Cape Crusader, with more to come in the future. It has won a award for best fan film at an online film festival, which in the grand scheme it doesn't mean much, but I'm just well, somebody liked it, and their response has been very nice, and hopefully get to continue to make those. And thank you for allowing me to come on and plug all this and enjoy this nerdy conversation I don't get to have in my everyday life.
Well, first of all, I will say, what, if anything, if we're doing podcasts or making fan films or any kind of films, we want people to like them. So it is always nice to win an award and to know that there are people out there who are watching or listening and enjoying what we're doing. And I'm not just saying it because I have Tim. He's looking at me right now, so we're looking at each other on a computer screen. I'm not just saying it because he's looking at me, but yes, go and check out his fan film. It is very, very good. Go check out his YouTube channel. Do you want to talk about any podcasts you have coming up? Do you want to give out your social media credentials, or do you want to remain relatively anonymous on that front?
Well, it's one of those things where, like, if I give out my social media credentials, like everybody, it's that meme, like everybody better get start getting cool, but a lot of stuff right now before we go any further, because
it's that type of atmosphere right now.
We live in unprecedented times. I mean, I don't remember a time we didn't live in unprecedented times. Like, it's getting to that point now.
You would have enjoyed living in like 1987 after we didn't have to worry about getting blown up by nuclear bombs. We had 1 or 2 years there where we could just enjoy Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, eat pizza, and not worry about anything.
Yeah, I totally get that. I mean, hell, there was a video I saw that was recommended to me on YouTube where it was a wide shot of Manhattan Island from the south end, and it's got the Twin Towers are right there, and it's New York in the late '90s, and like the title of the video is like, why this New York doesn't exist anymore, and I'm like, well, I think there's two big reasons why that New York does not exist anymore.
Really.
Like, I'm not going to click on this and give this anymore. But I screenshotted it, I sent it a few people with that comment, and everybody's like, Jesus Christ, what's wrong with you? But yeah, there was a time where I just wish it was a far more stable time and everything.
Oh, man, I mean, you're talking about like why it doesn't exist anymore, the 90s. I remember how angsty and how we complained about everything in the 90s, and now I'm like, what the hell was I angsty about? What the hell was I complaining about? What was I raging against, for God's sakes? As Bill Clinton balanced the budget, what I wouldn't give for have a president who's just getting a blowjob in the Oval Office. And
I mean, like, you had a surplus. We had a surplus at one point.
We
now
did.
A deficit.
I think it lasted for like a week, and then
but like it was just enough to have the bragging rights for that we could say that. But like I want to go back to New York where I can go to a nightclub in a church and just listen to the Prodigy or something like that. Anyway, if people want to follow me on social media, follow me on Instagram and Threads and like Blue Sky, like this is Tim Rooney or Tim Rooney, Blueski, whatever the hell it is. Rooney spelled Rooney.
Yeah, it's not great. First of all, Tim says he's born in 1991, but he sounds like a bitter old man, just like me. You're getting there, buddy.
I don't like that. Like somebody referred to me as like, oh, like you're an old soul, but you're like so nice and genuine and stuff like that. And then like my current job is like just turning me into such a curmudgeon and stuff like that because the two people work underneath me, which I'll get into off mic.
I'd love to say it gets better, but I feel you, buddy. I feel you. As for me, I do like also because I'm the same way. I have to sit there and think before I give out like the social media stuff because there's like so many of them now, and I'm like, what the hell did I like? What name do I have on here? But yes, as for me, you can find this podcast on Apple, Spotify. You can find it on YouTube. It's not a video. It's just an audio version of the podcast. That's on YouTube, and it's on other podcast platforms that I've actually never even heard of. But hey, it's on there, so that's great. So please look for it on Apple, Spotify, YouTube, and all those other ones, and give us a review. It helps with the algorithm. Share it with your friends. Share it with your enemies, your parents, your cousins. Share it with everybody. It'd be great. If you're looking for the podcast on Twitter, because I'm not going to call it the other thing because it's just silly. I mean, come on. We are on Twitter at Pop Culture Basement. We're also on Blue Sky at Pop Culture Basement, and now on Instagram at Pop Culture Basement Podcast. So put in Pop Culture Basement. Nobody else has that name. You'll find me. If you're just looking for me on Twitter, it's just This Lightsaber Kills Fascists, and I'm on Facebook. Pop Culture Basement's on Facebook under Pop Culture Basement. I'm on Facebook under Mike Jamison. Come and say hi. If I offend you with any of the stuff that I put on Facebook, then you probably just should check me out and then not follow me. But once again, Tim, I want to say thank you. I had a hell of a good time tonight talking about this, and can't wait to have you on again.
Thank you for having me on. Thank you for indulging me in such a silly and wide-ranging topic. Maybe next one will be a little more focused. Who knows? Maybe I'll just pick one movie or something like that, and don't have to engorge ourselves on so many different media types in order to have a conversation.
Yeah, but you know what? At least we were engorging ourselves on media that we both enjoyed, so
yes.
It was not that bad. But yes, my friend, anytime you want to come back, the door to the basement is open. So just know you have an open invitation.
Thank you so much.
And I will say to everybody else, I want to thank all of you guys and gals and pets out there for listening. And you know what? I will say this. If you're on a Peloton bike, you're just sitting in your basement and it's cold, because it's cold here in my basement right now, and you're thinking, I'm not going to watch the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles cartoon from 1987. There's no way it's going to be good. Listen, I'm here to tell you. It might be a cocaine-fueled fever dream, but you're in for a hell of a good time. And in these unprecedented times, what more can we ask for? Until I talk to you guys later, have a good one. Bye.
Konami, a game company of legend. Their games were like treasures that kids sought after. Ruby red shooters, emerald adorned beat-em-ups, diamond lace platformers, and they all came sweeping into the NES library like an armada. And of course, we talked about such great classics like Contra, Castlevania. You had so many other gems like Bucky O'Hare and Life Force. And you had Metal Gear and Bio Billy, Castlevania 2, Top Gun. And then you have Goonies 1 and 2. So, The Goonies is one of those quintessential 80s movies about a group of kids who go on an adventure to seek out a hidden pirate treasure in hopes to use the fortune to save their homes from becoming a golf resort, while at the same time being chased by a family of escaped prisoners, the Fratellis. It may be a little dated, but it sure does have that fun-loving spirit and nostalgic vibe that's expected of the Spielberg brand. And of course, with something so cherished, it is a rule that it must be tarnished in the form of video games. Now, there were various versions on the numerous home computers at the time, such as the Commodore 64, but the versions I'm talking about are the ones that were made for the Nintendo systems. Now, first up is the original Goonies, which was both on the Famicom and Famicom Disk System. Let's start this up and give it a go. Well, here it is. That beloved childhood adventure that you all knew has been turned into a repetitive scavenger hunt where you go around kicking the shit out of giant mice to get bombs to blow open skull doors to collect keys.
They blew up the walls all around him.
Once you have all 3 keys, you can unlock the next level. But that's not all. In each level, one of your friends has been kidnapped and you gotta find them. You play as the character Mikey, which is not very apparent, and all he does is kick, but you can also find a slingshot. It seems they missed a lot of potential here. Why not play as Data? That was the character who had all the cool gadgets. That would have been better than just a cliched slingshot. The enemies are no more inspired. Ghosts, skeletons, bats. Come on, why does every game have to have bats? Oh wait, The bats were in the movie. Okay then. And it also has the criminals who chase you around. I assume they're the Fratellis? So it is following the movie somewhat, I guess. But the bats were probably just a coincidence. But one thing I do have to commend is they actually used the Cyndi Lauper song from the movie, The Goonies Are Good Enough. And it actually sounds pretty rad as a chiptune. Anyway, there's not much else about this game. You just kill the mice, find the keys, unlock the gates, find the keys. You know, it's starting to feel like I'm playing the same levels over and over again. In fact, I think I am playing the same levels again. What's happening? Did it send me back to the beginning? That's right. It's the same 5 stages looping endlessly. What's worse than playing a shitty game? Playing a shitty game that never ends. I'm stuck, trapped, forever.
Forever, forever, ever trapped. Wow.
Actually, what happens here is if you forget to rescue any of the kids, the game will allow you to keep on playing up to stage 5, but after that, it sends you back to the beginning. What kind of fucking shit is that? It shouldn't let you pass any of the levels. It should say, go back and get the kid, asshole. No, instead it wants you to keep on playing just to waste your fucking time. On the screen, it does tell you how many kids you've saved, but not which stages they're from. So if I'm on stage 4 and it's showing I saved 3 kids, that could mean I missed the kid on stage 1 or 2 or whatever. I don't know. That was ancient history ago. I've been running around for so long looking for keys. So after you've completed stage 5 with 5 kids saved, it lets you go to the 6th and final stage, the ship. It's very short. All you do is hop around fighting mice and flying fish. I would make the statement that none of this shit ever happens in the movie, but that isn't the fucking problem anymore. The game has no bosses, none whatsoever. You find the girl, and the game ends. All you get is a short cutscene of the Goonies watching the pirate ship, like the movie, and then it says the end. Congratulations. Oh, and you want to know what happens after that? Sends you back to level 1, in case you want to play again. Well, that was the version of the Goonies that we did not get here in the United States. It was in the arcades, but not on the home consoles. So they spared us that one. Because you know why? We deserved something much shittier. The Goonies 2 was one of those movie sequel video games before there was ever a sequel, much like Top Gun: The Second Mission. Well, of course, Top Gun did eventually get a sequel, but so far, The Goonies has not. And if it does, the main villain from the first movie, Mama Fratelli, is back for revenge, and this time she's kidnapped Annie. Her name was Andy, but I'll assume it's a new character because this is Goonies 2. The gameplay is similar to the first Goonies and has the same song. You're just going around fighting insects and shit, but with a yo-yo this time. What was with video games using yo-yos as weapons? Star Tropics, Earthbound, Yo-Noid? Where did that come from? Has anyone ever hit someone with a yo-yo flawlessly to have the yo-yo wind itself back to their hand? That would be amazing! That didn't happen in the movie. But remember, this is Goonies 2. You still have bombs, but now you can also get Molotov cocktails. That's just great. A 14-year-old kid's running around throwing Molotov cocktails. Good family fun. But this ain't like the movie, because this is Goonies 2. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna tell you straight out. As a side-scroller, this is a totally fine game. If you were a kid in the late 80s and rented it from the video store, as I once had, you wouldn't find anything wrong. After you finish your homework, you kill some time by yo-yoing the fuck out of some spiders for a couple hours, and then call it a day. But if you're trying to actually get anywhere, that's a whole other story.
Oh shit, what?
Let me tell you what I mean. You see these doors? Bet you go in there, right? I say, no, leave well enough alone. If you want any hope in getting some enjoyability out of this game, just forget about the doors. Sure, that means you won't get very far, but the trauma is not worth it. Don't go in the doors. It's like The Shining with the forbidden hotel room. The kid Danny is warned not to go in there, but he does anyway, because otherwise you wouldn't have much of a movie, and here, I guess you wouldn't have much of a nerd episode. Because on the other side of these doors, that's where they hid the shitty game. I wish I didn't have to do this, but it is my duty. So I'm gonna go in there and show you the inner workings of the bullshit fuck factory. You unlock this door with the key of humiliation. Beyond it is an entirely different game. A game of shit. A game of awful sights. A game of torture to the mind. You're diving into the ass of the most toxic, filthy substance of idiotic ideas you've just crossed over into the diarrhea dimension. Now all of a sudden, it looks like we're playing the cabin stages in Friday the 13th. But if Friday the 13th were shitty, and I know, I already said Friday the 13th was shitty, but not anymore. These rooms were designed without any common sense, programmed with no laws of physics. I don't know how to explain it because I can't even fully understand it myself. I push up to go in a door, and next thing, I'm back to where I was. So I figured down must be forward. So I try that, and still don't know where I'm going. Left and right don't seem to do anything. You think it would turn Mikey's perspective, like in Friday the 13th. When I'm using an already shitty game as an example as what it should do, you know it's a bad sign. I can't comprehend the layout. There's no logical sense of space in this asinine architecture. I never even knew how fucking crack-brained a video game can be until I realized Mikey can only face forward. Left and right do work if you're going through a side door. But hang on, which direction am I looking now? How does this room relate to the one I was just in? When I went through the door, did my perspective turn 90 degrees? Or did I walk sideways into the room? Is Mikey actually strafing into the next room? And remember, when I tried to go into a door that's right in front of my fucking face but ended up back outside the door I came in, that's because I walked backwards through the first door. You have to imagine a theoretical door on the fourth wall in which he walks backwards through. Ugh, does that make any sense? I'm trying my best to put this into words, but I just sound insane. And basically, you can't turn around, so you can never actually see the door you came in. Never. But wait, that doesn't explain how up moved me backwards. Well, if you look at the corner, you see Mikey inside that sort of directional compass. If he's facing toward us, that means down will move him in the direction he's facing, while up will move him backwards. So essentially what I'm saying is, you press up to walk backwards out of a room. As soon as you get used to that, next thing, he's facing away. So now up is up and down is down. I know 3D rooms in video games was a pretty new concept at the time, but wouldn't the simplest way to program this be up is always forward, down is always back, and anytime you turn left or right, that would change the perspective and reorient the controls, right? Instead, this game seems to think of the D-pad as a fixed direction, so down will always move you to one side of the room, and so on. The manual attempts to explain it and even says, hey, nobody ever said this was easy. Man, they got that right. Even when you understand it, why does the character have to face different directions? I think it happens based on which way you've originally entered the room in relation to the overworld map. But why was that necessary? How did they manage to fuck it up so bad? I'd say it's very unlikely they've ever made a video game before this, but there was Goonies 1. Anyway, what's the goal in these rooms? Why are we here? Well, this is one of those point and click, fuck around and find out type of games, but in the bad kind of way, where all you're really doing is playing a blind guessing game. Who's this guy? He's not helpful in any way. So, how about, I don't know, I just punch him in the face? What do you do? What must you do this to me, dear me? You can even hit him with a hammer. That's brutal. Remember that scene in the movie, not The Exorcist, but The Goonies, where Mikey beat the shit out of some old man? Well, of course not, because this is Goonies 2. Anytime you collect new items, it goes into your tool menu. To access them, you have to fumble through some really awkward controls. To move the cursor left or right, you can only press up and down to cycle through the tools. It would be perfectly logical to press left and right, but that does nothing. Also, to go to the second page of tools, you have to hit B, which would usually be the cancel button. The cancel button is start. What kind of sense does that make? You hit start to go back? The real secret of the tool menu is that we're not in control. The game's messing with us because we are the tools. I don't mean to sound like I'm going out of my way to complain, and it might seem like a small thing, but that'd be like if you rented a car, you got in and the stick shift was on the ceiling. Would you be like, oh, okay? Or would you be like, why the fuck is it up here? What makes the tool menu even stranger is that when you're on the side-scrolling stages, Start brings up a whole new menu, one that's more traditional, more like what you'd expect for the NES. Some of the same tools are in here, such as the hammer, ladder, candle, etc. But here, they're not called tools, they're called implements. So, because the same tools appear in two different menu screens that function in completely different ways, only leads me to believe that there were two different games that somehow got smushed together like two different dog turds being run through the lawnmower. But if and when you ever get used to these rooms and tool system, that's only half the battle, because it's a puzzle within a puzzle. Every door, every item, every single thing you're trying to find is hidden. You have to trigger them to appear, usually by physically hitting every little spot. It might be the wall, it might be the ceiling, it might be the floor, and it might be with the fist, it might be with the hammer. It's like Milon's secret castle, where you have to break the blocks to find everything. Except, imagine if Milon had to try each block twice while switching weapons. It takes twice as long. It's a pixel hunting nightmare that never ends. Oh, you can get special glasses that makes everything visible. Thank God. But oh wait, it only works in certain places. In fact, it barely works at all. What a fucking tease. And there were no special glasses in the movie, but never mind that, because this is Goonies too. Even when you do find something, like when you find a hole on the ceiling, sometimes you can only get to it with a ladder, and if it's a hole in the floor, sometimes you need a diving suit because I guess it's full of water. So you'll have to come back later when you have those items. Now, if you make a hole and then you leave the room and then come back, the hole's gone. At least I think it's gone, because it seems like a different room. So they don't even have the goddamn courtesy to let you retrace your steps. If I saw the hole, I'd be able to know I was just there. Where's the hole? You want to know what fucking hole I'm thinking of? When you get the ladder, you climb up by pressing up. Makes sense, but you want to know how to climb down the ladder? By pressing up? Does that mean he is actually going down head first? Have you ever climbed upside down a ladder? It does not work. Then they have the nerve to make the rooms go dark. So now you gotta get a candle. You gotta go on a never-ending scavenger hunt, punching and hammering every wall in every room till you come to an old man who says, "Get out of here if you have nothing to do." Okay, how about I punch him in the face? Fuck you, motherfucker! Yeah! So I punched him 3 times, and nothing interesting happened. But just for good measure, I hit him a 4th time. Still, nothing. Well, I'm pretty sure nothing is gonna happen, so how about I hit him 1 more time? The candle appeared? How would you come to that conclusion? What do you do when you see an old man meditating? Well, punch him 5 times in the fucking face. Of course. If that's your first instinct, that really says a lot about you. It's like punching people in Roger Rabbit. You don't expect it to have any effect. And why 5 times? Usually it would take 3. When would it ever be 5? Man, I've played tons of games and that's never occurred. Anyway, now that you have the candle, you walk into a room and guess what? It's still dark. What am I thinking? Of course the candle's not automatic. You gotta click tools, then select the candle. Fair enough. But when you go into the next room, guess what? You gotta click tools and select the candle again. And then you go back into the room you were just at, and you gotta do it again. Why doesn't Mikey just leave the candle on? Is he blowing it out every single time he goes into the next room? Man, that makes no sense. And that wasn't in the movie either. But this is Goonies too. What I find most remarkable is how all these simple, shitty things seem related to one another, as if they're all working together like a well-greased, piss-stained diarrhea machine, like one of Data's contraptions. It's a chain effect. The wall-hitting bullshit plays into the navigational disorientation, which plays into the darkness, which plays into the back-ass controls. It's just one big circle-jerk fuck show. Honestly, I'm impressed. This takes frustrating game design to a high art. It's one of the most psychologically targeted brain fuckers I've ever played.
No, I'm too young.
Oh, I need a beer. Where is it? Where is it? There's beer in this wall. I would totally drink it. Oh, I know. It's hammer time. Oh, yeah.
Ah! There's a lot of elder abuse in this episode, nerd.
You're still here, huh? You're still fucking here. Alright, where was I? Did I just spend the past 8 minutes talking about the simple function of moving through rooms? It's astonishing how the game goes from good to horrible as soon as you open one of those doors. How did they fuck it all up over something so stupid? Something that you normally wouldn't even have to think about is such a large part of the game. And that's the majority of your time. Just finding your way through rooms and clicking around menus to do simple things that could have been done with one hit of a button. It overcomplicates everything. Imagine if you were playing Super Mario Brothers and anytime you go down a pipe, it switches to something completely different. Like some kind of 3D labyrinth with a mess of menus and controls that make no sense. But what happens when you make it through these rooms? You thought it'd be an end-all, shit-all, bottom-of-the-barrel fuck? No, the rooms are merely the means of transit to the other side of the map. Yeah, I haven't even talked about the map yet.
Who knows? Mouth, you said you could translate. Translate, right here. Yeah, translate it.
Yeah, now we're really getting down to it. It's nice they have a map, but it's pointless because you never take a direct path to go anywhere ever. Instead, you go through those 3D rooms which act as a turd tunnel to go from one shitty realm to the next. On the other side, you find yourself on the back of the map. That's right, the map flips around. Let me demonstrate on paper. It's as if you're trying to solve an ordinary maze, except every so often there's a spot where you have to punch the pen through, and on the other side, there's a whole other maze as if you traveled through a wormhole. So now you have to find your way to the next wormhole and flip the map again and again and again. But that's simplifying it, because each time you'd get to one of those wormholes, you'd have to switch to some kind of 3D maze and find your way through blindfolded while only being able to point in one direction. The whole idea is to rescue your friends, like the first game, but the map won't show where they're at, unless you find a locator device for each individual one. When you do, the friends are represented by a blue dot, which only means they're inside a room that's in that area. You are represented by a red dot, so you head toward the blue dot, checking the map every so often to keep track. Next thing you know, the blue dot is gone. What happened? Oh, am I on it? That's right. The red dot can cover the blue dot. So you gotta move one screen over just to make sure. That's like if you're looking for the TV remote and suspect you might be sitting on it, so you have to get up and move. They couldn't figure out how to show a blue dot and a red dot at the same time? Couldn't they just make a purple dot, perhaps? So I go through the room, I hammer the wall to find a door that leads to the friend in a cage. Luckily I have the key, so I open it and they say, "Mikey, you're late. I was almost killed." Well, cut me a fucking break. I had to get a diving suit so I can climb up down a ladder to find a hidden safe behind a wall, behind a door, behind an invisible door that I moonwalked backwards out of. Then I had to kill some birds until one of them dropped the key. I had to bomb a bunch of random spots on the wall so I could find hyper shoes. I had to jump across a bunch of poop platforms, slide around on ice, as if anyone ever liked that trope. Then I had to fill up my health by Konami Man. Yes, Konami Man. Unless you hit him, in which he'll never forget it and never give you health ever again for the rest of the game. That's true. I had to swim around in a bunch of underwater caverns and meet creatures from the Black Lagoon and fight a bunch of dragons. Remember the Gillman and dragons from Goonies? Of course you don't, because this is Goonies too. I had to go through one secret room to get to another secret room to get to another one and another and another and another and another and another. All to rescue your friends. And think about how disturbing that is. There's kids in cages with talk of being killed in an NES game. That is fucking dark. One positive thing about this game is that you can continue as many times as you need, which almost makes it worse because with no game overs, I have no excuse. There's nothing exciting at the end. No final boss, nothing. You open the last door, and there you go. You saved Annie, who happens to be a mermaid, by the way. Remember the mermaid in Goonies? No? Well, that's because this is a load of fucking shit. May I ask, why is the mermaid topless? Specifically, my question would be why they actively chose to have a mermaid with a blank chest rather than give her the typical clamshell bra like in Peter Pan, and soon to be made famous a couple years after with The Little Mermaid. Am I asking too many questions? If they make a Goonies 2 film and it's anything like this game, I will truffle shuffle till I shit my pants. It's crazy to think the first game is the one they held back from us. It's kind of like a rhinoceros comes over to piss on you, and then it turns around, oh thank God, and it shits on your fucking face. That is an unfortunate situation, and this is one of the worst sequels ever. Konami really delivered the number 2 on us. It goes many layers deep. It starts out like Super Pitfall. You scrape away that layer of shit, and underneath is Friday the 13th. And under that is Mylon's Secret Castle, as you go further into the center of the wet, smelly dog turd. Now, I don't know for a fact if the core of a dog turd is any worse than the whole turd. That has yet to be tested. But I'm going to test something else out right now. You've probably seen my old cellular telephone. It's a little bit out of date, so I decided it's about time. So I got myself a new phone. Yeah, I guess it's a phone because it's also a camera. Yeah, how crazy is that? And you could talk to people by typing instead of using your voice. Wow, big advancement. And it has the internet, it has videos, and it also has, guess what? Video games. Sure, there were older cell phone games like Snake. Remember that? You're just a growing snake eating pixels while trying not to touch the walls or yourself. But since then, mobile games have come a long way. Now, you know me, I'm the nerd. I play old consoles. I haven't played any of these crazy newer games in which you use your finger to touch the screen. Imagine if I could touch any of the games I've reviewed in the past, like if I could touch Dick Tracy or Seaman. I have a lot of catching up to do with all the mobile games of the past 25 years or so. So if I could pick only one to review, well, the choice is quite simple. Of course, go with the horse. The game is called My Horse Prince, and I bet this is gonna be fantastic. Just wait and see. Episode 1, The First Gallop. Here's the deal. Girl shows up at a ranch looking for some good-looking guys. She heard that princes ride horses, and then Weird Mario dude shows up. What the shit? Tell me, why is he bending his head to the side? Wow, talk about two different styles. The girl is fully designed with an anime aesthetic, while the ranch owner is God knows what. It's like some kid drew it. I've never seen such a distinct contrast in art styles between two characters in any game ever. Anyway, there's no hot guys here, but instead, appearing in a majestic ray of light is... Holy Mother of God! The horse's name is Yuma. She says, he has a human head, and then thinks to herself, a good-looking one at that. Oh boy, it's a dating game with a horse with a human head that talks. Boy, we're in for some shit right now. Man, if only we weren't in vertical format, you could see what I'm doing with my hand right now. But it involves all digits down and one digit up. The ranch owner says weird girls born in the year of the horse sometimes see horses as attractive men. That explains it. It all makes perfect sense now. Then the gameplay starts. You're just collecting carrots. That's it. Eat up the carrots. Like a billion of them that randomly spawn. Wait a second. Did that carrot just drop out of the horse's ass? Watch that again. He shit out a carrot.
Yeah.
That guy. Yeah, I knew I shouldn't have got this phone. Here. Anyway, you're just trying to eat enough carrots to get your meter filled all the way up, which takes forever. But the more you eat, the more your energy percentage decreases. To restore energy, you engage in multiple choice conversations with the horse. Answer the question right, you make the horse happy, and the energy percentage goes up. And that's about the extent of the gameplay. Okay, I got enough carrots. I filled up the meter, and now Weird Mario Dude asked me if I'll take the horse. I guess there's no choice. Wow, easy there. Thud, 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 thud. That horse is way too excited. And then, oh dear. Oh my God. Fuck. This is an image I never expected to see. I would have never imagined this in my wildest nightmares. How is this scene supposed to be interpreted? Is it trying to be romantic, or is the horse trying to kill her? I mean, the hoof is smashing the wall. First of all, could you lower that hoof and calm down a little? I would have died if he was an inch closer. Oh my God. The horse's hoof almost went right through her fucking skull. Leave a review on the App Store? I'm doing a review right now. I love how the options are okay or what? Exactly. Episode 2, treadmill training. Same thing, except you're running on treadmills. The horse is on a treadmill, and he's running them so hard into the ground they fucking explode. Damn! Why does he have to destroy them all? Why does he have to run on them anyway? The owner even says I keep buying new ones because he breaks them. No shit. It must be thousands. It must be all the treadmills in the world. It takes way too long to fill up that meter, and I guess the meter fills up quicker if your energy percentage is higher, which makes the items worth more points, I suppose? So you gotta talk to that horse, and you can only talk to him 3 times per stage. You can get a 4th talk if you watch an ad. Good time to take a shit, perhaps? After that, from what it's telling me, in order to talk again, you have to wait nearly 30 minutes. You gotta be kidding me. Have some kind of mercy. It's a mobile game. It's something you play while you're on the go, and you have like a few minutes here and there. 25 to 30 minutes, that's longer than the level should even take. And there's like 10 levels each. You could beat ghosts and goblins in the time you could beat this shit. No matter what you do, this meter is the slowest I've ever seen, and I mean that. Anytime you get one of the items, it hardly even moves a pixel, and the items don't come often enough. But you can spawn them faster if you buy gold carrots, and I mean with actual money. What kind of idiot would spend real money on this game? All right, let's do it. Got the gold carrot, give it to the horse. Fever! Oh, shit! What's happening? Oh, the horse is going fucking crazy! This is the treadmill apocalypse. Oh my God, this dialogue is amazing. My heart was racing because I thought I was going to die. Why do I have to spend money on that weird ass horse? I was wondering, you think that horse is weird? You think? So she tries to escape the horse, makes up a bullshit story saying she's too busy selling water infused with fresh air. Handsome Horse Ranch water. Well, I bet that tastes handsome as fuck. Every time you beat a stage, you get another insane cutscene. Here, the horse is lifting her chin with his hoof. What's your name? Oh, it's Nerd. Yeah, that's what I put in. Nerd. That's a nice name. Oh. Okay. Episode 3, The Morning Feed. It's morning, and the horse wants to make me breakfast. Rice, miso soup, and carrot salad. I've never heard anyone eat that for breakfast before. Yeah, that's the strange part. Never mind the fact that there's a horse in the kitchen with an apron chopping up veggies. And why did I wake up in the same place as the horse? No, I'd rather not ask. And why does he have to chop up so many green onions? You think he might be going a little overboard? That's gotta be truckfuls of that shit. Who loves green onions that much? What's wrong? Don't be picky and eat it all up.
Oh, shit. This is not an option.
Oh my God, he's force feeding me. Just one more. Cough, cough, cough. He's going to kill me. He's going to kill me.
The horse is shoving the fucking green onions down my fucking throat. I can see an old lady beckoning me toward. Oh, dear Lord.
Episode 4, Street Corner Steed. While I appreciated breakfast being made for me, he almost died.
That only confirms it. That only confirms everything that we've been saying all along. The horse was trying to overstuff me to death.
I had no way of knowing that I would once again come face to face with the root of my problems. Yeah, the root of my problems. Yeah, we should talk about that. So here, there's a big water leak in the city. You have to make the horse whack at it with a pickaxe and spin into a tornado like the Tasmanian devil. It doesn't look like normal road work. Oh, wait, you're telling me that's not normal? Doesn't that happen on every city block when there's a leak? A horse comes in spinning into a motherfucking tornado? He's hitting that road pretty hard, but that's okay, right?
It's not the only thing he's going to be hitting hard.
Episode 5, Wave Jumps. You gotta be kidding me, man. The horse is surfing. Is there anything this horse can't do? And the part she finds remarkable is that he's wearing sunglasses. Oh, and then we get another disturbing image. Did I surprise you? My clothes are all wet now. Oh, God. Oh, God. Episode 6, Trial Fanfare. Now we're at the racetrack. Yeah, you know, like an actual horse race. Something that horses actually do in real life. Astonishing, right? Well, apparently they arrived by public transit, but they only talk about it. Yeah, of all the weird things that have happened so far, that's the only thing they don't show us. Could you imagine, though, a horse on a train with some deranged girl talking to it? Would have loved to have seen that. But anyway, this horse doesn't race like an ordinary horse. Of course not. He plays dirty by kicking the shit out of the other horses. Why, that's damn rude. Episode 7, Wild Winnie.
I'll be honest, I've been playing this for hours and hours. I can't stop because I have to see what happens next. It just keeps getting crazier.
Don't you want to see what happens next?
Yeah, probably.
The horse is a rock star. This is the most multi-talented horse I've ever seen. Human face or not, look at him go. He's using his front legs to play the guitar. That is class. And then he sings to me, "My love, nerd."
Interesting lyrics. But fuck a horse, save a cowboy.
Episode 8, Street Corner Cavaletti. This time, the horse has to fight a Mohawk guy. The funny thing here is if you engage in dialogue with the horse, it makes me wonder, how is he having a conversation right now? Does he stop the fight to say, "The stars look nice tonight," and then he goes back to fighting? That's not a normal horse. Damn right. Wow, you can say that again. And then he smashes his ass up against the dude's face. The force cracks the damn wall. This game is amazing. Episode 9, Riding Rivals. One crazy horse ain't enough in this game. Now there's 2. So the other horse, Ryoma, is his enemy, and they engage in a boulder-throwing battle. All you do is break the boulders he throws, and afterwards he rests his head on the other horse, saying, "Let's settle this at the race." Oh, I guess his head is in front of the other horse. I don't know. Episode 10, Stakes of Glory. Here comes the race, but the jockey isn't feeling well enough to ride, because he says, my butt's going to explode if I get on a horse.
My butt's gonna explode? I don't even have any comments to live up to this dialogue.
Then let it explode.
I couldn't have said it better myself. Did I make this game?
So now the horse is racing against Ryoma by using those trademark kicks again, but this time you're riding on the horse's back, sitting sideways, I must add. You gotta love the classical music. That's the William Tell Overture, commonly known as the Lone Ranger theme. It reminds me of the last level of Earthworm Jim 2, where you have to race Psychro, which also has classical music. But anyway, I must win this race. I came this far, I can't stop now.
Do it, I gotta do it, I gotta win. Gotta win. Win.
Oh no. Oh shit, my battery's almost dead.
Oh, I gotta charge. Gotta charge.
Where's these chargers? Where's these fucking chargers? Don't die. Come on. Ah, here we go. USB, that's no, fuck it. Not that one. No, it's that Apple shit. Oh, that's it. God damn it, I need an adapter now. Fuck. Ah, no. Here we go. Motherfucker, don't die. No, it's gonna die. Here we go. Plug it in now. Gotta plug it in. I gotta do it. Gotta get it. Plug it in. Oh, thank God. Come on. Yeah. So the horse wins the race. All thanks to you, nerd.
Well, that should be the end of the game. But, yeah, there's a, funny thing about that. They added 3 bonus levels!
Episode 11, Leisurely Amble. You're shaving sheep! Who gave this horse a razor? That's an energetic way to shear. You bet it is! He throws the fucking sheep in the air and shaves the ever-loving shit out of them! Shave the sheep! Sheepy! He's shaving every sheep on the farm, every sheep in the country, and it's all just to make one single scarf. And the images have been progressing away from creepy to becoming more lighthearted, going for cute and adorable, which only makes it stranger. Episode 12, White Turf. Now the horse is skiing. Oh, more of the same bullshit, or, well, horse shit. And then the horse and the girl have a falling out over something stupid, and the girl runs away and gets stranded in the snow. And at last, episode 13, Lone Sprinter. She finds an abandoned cabin and keeps warm by burning her phone. Can you imagine the toxic fumes? And how much warmth would that even give off? And then she realizes she can't call for help. Dumbass. So the whole level, the horse is running through the snow to save her while dodging and knocking over trees. Ultimately, he crashes through the cabin wall like a Looney Tunes cartoon, and then they get together under the blanket. Oh boy. What am I resting on? His forelegs? I can't believe this is real! How did this game ever get made? Oh, I need a beer after that. Ha! tirade. Ah, no, I should have never played this game. Okay, get it off my phone. That's it, the phone. No. Oh, nerd. Fuck these modern phones. I'm sticking with the old shit. This is my phone now! 20 years ago, I said, this game sucks, and then launched into a tirade dissecting all the things that were wrong with Castlevania II: Simon's Quest. Because I'm the nerd, and my mission is to warn you that lots of those old games that you look back at with sentimental longing are actually steaming piles of goat shit. Don't go near them. The thing is, at the time, I didn't know who I was talking to. It was the summer of 2004, and YouTube didn't exist yet, so I was pretty much ranting into the thin air of sorrow that lingered over my stale room of dusty game consoles and VHS tapes. In my closet, underneath a pile of socks and underwear, was a shoebox full of old NES games, and there it was, Simon's Quest. Like a call to action, I became somebody you now know as the fucking nerd. Back then, I wasn't yet the angry video game nerd. I wasn't even the angry Nintendo nerd. Episode 1, I didn't have a name or a face. I was just a voice. Just a voice in your head telling you to stay away from this filth. Was I even wearing my white shirt when I spoke those words? No, to tell you the truth, it was hot, so I wasn't wearing anything. Just kidding. So for this occasion, I'm going back to my roots when I was only a voice. Simon's Quest was released in North America in December '88. Using some Christmas money, I bought it from Toys R Us. I played it constantly, and at the time, I noticed nothing wrong. Even though I was endlessly traveling in circles, it didn't matter to me, because I was stupid. No, it was because it was a time of innocence. It was 1989, most likely, when I first played it, so by the time I reviewed it, about 15 years had passed. While publicly, 2004 is known as the beginning of the Nerds era, for me personally, it was the end of the Neolithic nostalgia age, leaving behind my childhood in a spiteful fart cloud of frustration. It was like coming out of a hangover and then realizing how much you drank the night before. Oh, those nights. It all seems like fun and games. Your judgment's impaired, you're making merry, but afterwards, your head is pounding with humiliating defeat as you begin assessing all the damage you caused to yourself. Honestly, with how many bad games there are, it's hard to imagine why Simon's Quest was the first one I picked. You all know what I picked next. That one where I had to drink a six-pack of Rolling Rock and show you my face on camera for the first time, and after I revisited it so many times, I finally beat the game with the help of my future self. I exorcised that demon, so let's move on. This time, I actually want to talk about something a little more positive. If episode 1 was a coin, this is the flip side. If I thought Simon's Quest was the worst Castlevania game, well then, what's the best? Yes, I already answered that in my Castlevania 4-part episode in 2009. I said my favorite was Super Castlevania 4, but the question now is, do I still believe that? Are any of the challengers able to claim the throne? Well, first of all, I'm talking about the retro era of Castlevania games on the main consoles. In the 4-parter, I mentioned most of them. Some would consider Castlevania 3 to be better than 4 because of the multiple characters, the forking paths, or maybe just because it came before. Those are all valid reasons, and it's totally legit if you're more of a Castlevania 3 kind of person. I replayed it, and I still have to say I favor 4. The 16-bit graphics and sound are more effective for immersing you into the spooky atmosphere. The control is so much smoother, and not to mention, you can whip in all directions. And it's not as ruthless with so much of that knockback bullshit. Some would say knockback is what makes it challenging. I say that's what makes it cheap. I mentioned Bloodlines. This would be the Sega Genesis's answer to the Super Nintendo and Konami's tradition of always making 2 separate versions during the 16-bit war. I can't ignore that Bloodlines gives you the choice of 2 different characters, and there's some very interesting level design, but in my opinion, it's not as interesting as the spinning room and all the things that happen in 4. In Bloodlines, you can't whip in all directions, and this time I don't see why not, if they would have taken 1 note from 4. Sure, you can whip down and also diagonally up, but only while you're jumping. In 4, you can do it from the ground. I could go down the list and say the sound effects and music aren't as good, this and that, but the whipping alone is enough to settle it for me. Once again, I stand by what I said in the old video. Bloodlines is a great game, but it's not as good as 4, for me personally. Now, it's time to talk about the one I missed entirely, Castlevania Chronicles. And it was on PlayStation, so I have no idea how I was completely oblivious to this game's existence. Perhaps I confused it with Castlevania the Dracula X Chronicles, which was the PSP version of Rondo of Blood with updated graphics. It also included the original version of Rondo of Blood and Symphony of the Night. But anyway, the Castlevania Chronicles was originally released in 1993 on the Sharp X68000 computer, exclusively in Japan. So it's no wonder I didn't know about it back then, but it was re-released on PlayStation in 2001, which is the version you're seeing right now. It's essentially a remake of the original Castlevania with redesigned stages. I beat it in less than 3 hours, so it's a nice confined experience. But I'm not gonna lie, I played it on the easiest difficulty setting possible. If I were critiquing the original release, I would probably say it's way too fucking hard. But in the PlayStation version, there's 2 modes, original and arranged. Arranged mode has some slight enhancements with graphics and sound, but most notably, it lets you adjust the difficulty and doesn't have the knockback. Now, if you want the knockback, if you're a gaming masochist and love the insane challenge, then you still have the option, and I tip my hat to you. To me, fair difficulty is very important. I don't want it too easy, but not too hard either. For me, Castlevania 4 is balanced perfectly. Chronicles isn't that remarkable since it's pretty much a remake of the first game. And while 4 is also kind of a remake in a sense, as it's basically retelling the events of the first game, it offers a lot of new stages that bear no resemblance and is much more original than Chronicles. Again, Chronicles doesn't have the 8-directional whipping. It's more like Bloodlines. You can whip diagonally while jumping, but in Bloodlines, it's diagonally upward. Here, it's downward. Pretty strange how they got parts of the controls right, but they just couldn't give us the whole damn thing. Not as good as 4, but it's a great game. It gives you that old school, basic Castlevania experience, and it's nice to have finally played it after all those years of being oblivious. The search for the true successor to Castlevania 4 led me down an uncertain road. In my 4-parter, I talked about Castlevania Dracula X on Super Nintendo. I talked about how the whipping was a step back to the NES style, and the difficulty was rather sadistic, especially that final battle with Dracula. I lightly brushed upon the fact that this was a remake of Rondo of Blood, which was on the PC engine in Japan. But did I actually review Rondo of Blood and include it as part of my Castlevania marathon? No, I didn't. And that was a fucking shame. Ever since the PSP, there's been many ports of this game, so it's not as elusive as it once was. I finally played it all the way through on the PS4 and got 100% completion for the first time, and now I can see that Dracula X was definitely not a direct port in any way. Sure, there were some similarities, but Rondo of Blood is a very different game that, quite frankly, blows Dracula X to smithereens. The graphics and sound effects give you everything you want. The music delivers even more tracks that rank up with the most classic Castlevania tunes. And the natural feel and satisfaction of destroying enemies could never be better. Right from that opening stage, you're whipping skeletons against a fiery background before you realize, hey, That's the first town from Simon's Quest. It's like burning down the memory of a shitty game with a kick-ass game. All around, it reminds you of the other classic Castlevanias. You have a dungeon, a clock tower, even a ghost ship, and amazing boss characters, both new and old. The enemies might be a little strange. Am I seeing this? The bats are carrying swords! There's a secret character you can find, Maria. Once you find her, she becomes playable. It's a lot like Castlevania 3, where other characters join, but unfortunately you can't switch between Richter and Maria on the fly. You have to choose one or the other on the menu, which is kind of disappointing. Maria is a very powerful character, and I find myself playing as her just as much or maybe more than Richter, but man, what a bizarre character. Totally out of place with the franchise. I mean, she's going around throwing cats as one of her sub-weapons. And yes, you can explain that 4 of her 6 sub-weapons are based on the 4 guardians of Chinese mythology, as if that makes throwing cats look totally normal. There's also a bunch of prisoners you can find, which are more or less Easter eggs, but none of them are playable characters.
Thank you very much, Maria.
It's nice that it gives you save slots, so unlike the earlier games, you can keep your progress. Also, if you accidentally get a sub-weapon that you don't want, you still have a chance to pick up your old one again. That's really nice of them. The earlier games would have just said, fuck you, you're stuck with it. On the other hand, the whipping is a major downgrade, even from Bloodlines and Chronicles, because now you can't even whip diagonally at all. What's the deal with that? The pause feature is a little bit dysfunctional because the music keeps playing. I don't understand the reasoning. The whole point is to pause everything. Your mom calls you or your dog starts barking at something. You want to stop and hear what's going on. So you got to pause, put down the controller, pick up the remote control, and hit mute. What were they thinking? So this is the first Castlevania game on a CD, so the sound capabilities are a major advancement. But this also gives it a field day to incorporate a lot of really weird voice acting.
Who are you, mister?
I am Richter Belmont, vampire hunter.
You proved amusing to me.
It's your fault for being so mean to everyone.
This is also the first in the series where the anime aesthetic is so prevalent. While made in Japan, I always assumed that the earlier games were going more for a Bram Stoker or Hammer Films influence, so it definitely strayed from that.
Oh, it's crumbling! Everyone, run for it!
Look at Maria's ending. If you would have shown me that screenshot, I would have never guessed that's a Castlevania game. The question remains, is it as good as Castlevania 4? Well, it's gotta be close, right? It's linear, for the most part. It's old school, how I like it. The advancements, such as the save slots, the opportunity to keep your old items, the secondary character, should all give it the added bonus points to overtake 4. But the stiff, horizontally restricted whip is a major setback, and for this reason alone, I do not like it as much. But there's a whole other factor that threw my decision into further question. Something so perplexing that it nearly turned my opinion into a never-ending stalemate. Nearly half the game is hidden. I thought it was kind of short until I realized there's all these secret levels I didn't know about. And when I say secret, I mean secret. It's not like in Castlevania 3 where you come to a forking path and decide which way you want to go. This is more like the cryptic bullshit you'd find in Castlevania 2. You might have to break through a random wall or hit a certain spiked ball so that it falls and opens the path below, or you might have to kill a certain enemy to reveal a switch that opens a staircase, or most of the time you have to take a leap of faith and drop down a pit that would normally send you to your doom. How would you ever know to do that without looking it up? You'd either have to fall by accident or deliberately drop down every pit you see. And here I am trying to evaluate whether or not I think Rondo of Blood is as good as 4, and I nearly miss half the game because I didn't know about all the hidden paths. I have never been more confused with my own opinion. On one hand, this means it's a much bigger game than I was going to give it credit for. It even has a cemetery stage, which I said I wished the series had more of. But on the other hand, the game is like one big giant Easter egg hunt. This is the reason I criticize Castlevania 2 so much. So what am I trying to say here? Is Rondo of Blood the best or worst? It has all the things about Castlevania that I love and hate. And if you have such a great game in there, why keep so much of it hidden? The final nail in the coffin is all the sadistic knockback shit, which is just plain cruel. Fuck. Fuck! Fuck! Nope. Castlevania 4 all the way. So, while it seems that's the end of the road, that 4 is my undefeatable champion, Symphony of the Night, I think, is worth a rematch. Just to recap things I've said before, this is the first Castlevania that said, hey, you know what? We're going to be like Metroid from now on, except for the occasional 3D. And you'll be going through Dracula's gigantic castle for the entire duration of the game. No outdoor scenes, or very little. I mentioned how every time you die, you have to endure an excruciatingly long game over screen, only to send you back to the main title and load the game all over again. Fuck that. I mentioned how I preferred the common sense challenge of 4. There's no tricks. You can't turn into a bat and fly over shit. You never have to think, which way am I supposed to go here? Which item should I use? Am I equipped properly? Should I grind and level up? None of that. You just run through and play. In Symphony of the Night, the main character is Alucard, who mainly uses a sword, so the 8-directional whipping isn't even applicable at this point. You only play as Richter in the very first scene, and as sort of a bonus after you've beaten the entire game. In fact, you even have to beat the damn game upside down before you get that far. But after so many years have passed, I found the real secret to enjoying the fuck out of Symphony of the Night. I say, beat the game, unlock Richter, and then take a break. Take a good long break and come back. Now, you're playing Castle-fucking-Vania. First of all, I wasn't aware or had forgotten that Richter had so many moves that aren't immediately apparent. It still bugs me that they never brought back the 8-directional whipping, but for some reason they still included that limp twirl or whatever you want to call that. But with all the new moves, it kind of makes up for it. Richter here is just as much fun to control as Simon. First, there's that cool little backflip thing, and then there's the sliding kick. Man, I love that. I love it so much, it has become an addiction. I mean, why just walk into the next room when you can slide kick? Yeah, it never gets old. Then there's the dash attack, which is kind of neat whenever you have time to pull it off. You have to press up, down, forward, forward, attack. What is this? Fucking Street Fighter? Down, up, jump makes you do an uppercut, which is not just a great attack, but it also serves as an infinite jump to reach higher places. Unfortunately, it's extremely awkward to pull off. Any move that makes you hit down, up while you're in midair is fucked as hell. And I think there's a certain speed to it. You can't hit it too fast or too slow. I don't get it. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But you absolutely have to do it, a lot, because it's the only way you can reach certain spots, especially when the castle goes upside down again. Yes, it's like replaying the entire game, so all those spots with Alucard where you had to turn into a bat and fly, now you have to uppercut into the air over and over like a madman. You still have your sub-weapons, but unlike Alucard, Richter doesn't have any items to equip. No inventory whatsoever. But after all, that is basically what I wanted, to return to Castlevania's simpler roots, as opposed to a more complicated RPG system. Playing as Richter is an entirely different experience, and is like a mandatory second half of Symphony of the Night. And in the Saturn and PS4 port, you can also play as Maria. Damn, well, maybe I'll have to try more of that next time. But after fully experiencing it as Richter, I can say I definitely enjoyed it a whole lot more than the main Alucard game. Did I enjoy it as much as 4? In a lot of ways, yeah, I think so. This past playthrough was the closest I ever came to replacing 4 as my #1 favorite Castlevania game.
All they had to do was this: make Richter the main game, and then have Alucard be the second half or as a secondary character. In that case, I would have found this contest to be a lot easier to decide. But even then, all the ungodly time spent reloading whenever you die is a major strike against it. Sometimes, it comes down to the simplest things. In 4, I can never forget that feeling of gratification when you land on a stairway and moonwalk, or when you latch onto something with the whip and feel that momentum build as you swing yourself back and forth. How about the appealing sound of those golden platforms and treasure chests spilling coins as you walk across them? Or the sound of the bones collapsing when you hit the skeletons? It's countless little things like that. And why is the 8-directional whipping so important? It's because it gives you the feeling of freedom. When you engage with an enemy, you can decide whether you want to strike from the air or hit him from below. Your instincts take over, rather than trying to adapt to some clumsy limitation. Maybe this game spoiled me, and maybe you'd say the full whip directions make it too easy. How does the whip save you from all that crazy shit near the end, like when the giant sprocket's chasing you up the stage? It still gets pretty damn hard. The full whip controls just give you a fair chance to hit anything on the screen. You and the game are in perfect competition. No cheap shots. You're not fighting with one hand behind your back. You're in full control, so when you die, it's on you. Some things stay the same, and Castlevania 4 is still my favorite. And other things vary, such as my complex thoughts about Castlevania 2. Even though it pissed me off, I was still able to look back at it again and realize there's much I appreciate. So I can change my mind a little. But one thing I can say, if it wasn't for Simon's Quest, you might not have ever known about me, and I might not have ever known about you. Why else would I still be doing this? This battle against shitty games has been quite a ride, and all the memories created since, to me, have gone far beyond just Castlevania. This has been 20 years and counting, so Godspeed and fuck balls. What is a video game? What purpose does it serve? Well, I think a video game is meant to grant you a certain type of control and power over a make-believe situation, perhaps to compensate for the control and power that you lack in your daily life. Okay, maybe they got too philosophical too soon, but the game I'm talking about here is a bit more intellectual than what I'd normally review. But if you've seen my reviews of Earthbound and Final Fantasy VI, you'll know that the Super Nintendo classics are something that I hold sacred and are a prime era of nostalgia for me. The first time I saw Sim City was in the holy pages of that gaming Bible we call Nintendo Power, the scripture of Volume 28, page 74. The power of creation is yours, saith Nintendo. You are bestowed the ability to construct your very own city from the ground up and populate it with people. I had never yet heard of such a game before, where instead of playing the role of a space cadet, a marine, a vampire slayer, a sword-wielding hero, or a Koopa-stomping plumber, you are the mayor of a city. Of course, SimCity was originally on PC, published by Maxis, but then it got Nintendo-fied, and that's when I took notice. The Super Nintendo version, to me, is one of the greatest 16-bit games, and it was also one of the North American launch titles, along with Super Mario World, F-Zero, Pilot Wings, and Gradius 3. What an amazing variety to kickstart a new era of gaming. SimCity has its origins in strategy-based games like Utopia on the Intellivision. Yeah, it's come a long way. And even to this day, with the amount of sim games that exist, SimCity might seem a bit antiquated. However, I don't think its simple charm has ever been surpassed. The reason may have something to do with the intuitive, friendly nature of it, the cartoonish aesthetics, the green-haired Don King guy, Dr. Wright, who acts as your personal advisor, and the relaxing music, which puts you in a meditational thinking mood. The music goes through several changes. As your city builds up and the population increases, the music progresses toward a more urgent, industrial, workforce, get shit done kind of feel. It starts as a village, then a town, a city, a capital, and a metropolis, which is the furthest I've ever made it. But if your population reaches 500,000, you advance to something even greater, a megalopolis. Only in the pages of Nintendo Power and the Super Nintendo Player's Guide had I ever seen images of that fabled Mario statue, which would become your prize. That would be the ultimate achievement, something to brag about. All the ladies would want to fuck you. You got the goddamn Mario statue in Sim City. But it ain't happening. Yeah, I've always wanted that statue ever since the magazine taunted me. All my life I've been nothing. But I'll show what a nerd is really worth. I will raise my population and create a civilization that will rival the world! The first thing you need to do is select the landform. If you really want to maximize that population, you don't want there to be too much water, because obviously you can only build on the ground. Those rivers cut through your city and mess up your whole strategy, so you need to tell that water to go fuck off. But finding the right landform is a chore in itself, because there's 1,000 of them to choose from. I'm not kidding. You can see right there, counting landform 0, there are 1,000. You think that's enough? And each one takes about 10 seconds to load. You'll never have time to see all the choices, let alone remember and compare them. Imagine if you started up Mario Kart and there were so many courses to pick you couldn't even look through them all. No sane person in the world has ever laid eyes on every landform in SimCity. Well, at least one. About 10 years ago, someone who was a real trooper actually did it. A YouTuber named 316 What Ups. Thank you again for your service. We now know it takes 3 hours and 14 minutes to click through every landform in SimCity. And that's if you're not stopping to look at any of them. What were they thinking? When you start building, you have a budget to work with, so you need to spend wisely. Anyone would expect to houses, roadways, a power source, police and fire departments, all the necessities that would seem like common sense. And though it kind of functions like a real city, it is, of course, only a video game. Some things don't make sense, like how come there's a population count when all I've built so far are commercial and industrial zones? Where are those people living? Not to mention, when the game starts, the year is supposed to be 1900, and the first thing I build is a nuclear power plant. Certain logic doesn't apply, because logic is for pussies. You have to tile the land with a proper balance of 3 different zoning districts: residential, commercial, and industrial. These areas develop on their own. The residential zones, for example, become neighborhoods and then grow into skyscrapers. Other times they become schools or hospitals, which happens automatically at random. All zones need to be connected to a power plant, either by electrical lines or by touching each other in a chain effect. One of the main problems is pollution, which generally comes from the power plants and industrial zones.
You can buy a nuclear power plant for cleaner energy, but that costs more money. There also needs to be some kind of transit system like roads, but that causes traffic and more pollution. So you can build railways instead, but again, more expensive. Another big problem is crime, so you need to put police stations all over. Why does the police radius need to be so extreme? The amount of crime in SimCity rivals RoboCop's Detroit. One way to gauge the issues is to look at the public poll. The citizens will tell you how well they think you're doing as mayor and what they think the biggest problems are. Then you can decide how you want to allot your funds to address those problems. For example, they say traffic is bad, so I build more roads. Then they demand a stadium, so I build a stadium, which makes more traffic. So I demolish the roads and replace them with railways, and then they find something else to complain about. Every now and then, Dr. Wright appears, who, by the way, is named after SimCity creator Will Wright. He gives you advice and sometimes just comes in to compliment you that everything's going all right. He congratulates you on reaching a new population level, awards you with fun little zoning districts like an amusement park, a zoo, and even your very own house as mayor. But if things are going wrong, he'll let you know that pollution is high, crime is rampant, or if there's a disaster. This could be fire, flood, plane crash, tornado, earthquake, or Bowser attack. In the original PC version, it was a Godzilla-type monster, but Nintendo just couldn't resist. It had to be Bowser. You have the option of playing entire scenarios where you have to solve these disasters. They're based on real cities like San Francisco, Boston, Rio de Janeiro, etc. And of course, the problem in Tokyo is the monster. If you beat all 6 scenarios, you'll have to handle UFO attacks in Las Vegas. But back to the task at hand. I want to raise the population to 500,000 and get that Mario statue. You're going to need money, not just to build stuff, but to maintain roadways and stuff. So where does that money come from? From taxing the citizens. But if you raise the taxes too high, they get upset. So you lower them, but then the roads start crumbling. You're stuck between a rock and a hard place. Either you run out of money or people leave your city. So that's where the cheat code comes in. Ever since I saw it in that player's guide, it became mandatory. At the end of the year, when the tax screen pops up, hold L, leave the screen, come back, make sure funding levels are at 100%, and then, if you release L at the right time, now you have $999,999. Yeah, that'll be enough to keep you going. Now you can build almost infinitely. All the nuclear plants, airports, seaports, and as many stadiums as the citizens want. Nothing can stop you now. However, it still doesn't get you the megalopolis of 500,000 people. That you're going to have to earn by building strategically. So if I'm going to do this, I just have to do it. There's 3 methods I'd say to build your city. The first is the noob method, which is just to place your zones and draw a line of roads and power lines. It's fine. You'll still have fun, but the growth potential is very limited. The second way is the smart method. This is where you pack all your zones together so everything's touching. You group them together in these blocks with your transit system going around. An alternative to this method is leaving a space in the middle of the blocks. Some call this the donut strategy, where you fill in the holes with all those special properties like the banks, casinos, etc. This promotes growth, and in no time, you'll see those zones develop into skyscrapers, except when they become schools and hospitals, but hey, what can you do? But the third method is to play like an insane person, defying all logic and basically trying to hack the game. For example, do you need a transit system? Yes, but just a little strip of railway every now and then is enough. Can you imagine getting on a train that only goes 1 block? That'd be some shitty itinerary. The most tedious part of the game is waiting for tax season. It's the only way to progress when funds run out, but the years drag on pretty slow. You can select different speeds, but even at the highest speed, it's not enough. What it needs is 1 extra speed, a Roadrunner icon. That ought to do it. But the best you can do is just sit around and wait. You know, I can review a whole other game in the time this takes. Any game. Kung Fu on Atari Lynx. What can you say about this? It's a food beat-em-up game. It opens with a cutscene, but without any text or explanation. I see what looks like 2 security guards who get knocked over as some guy runs out the door, goes into a pickup truck, and speeds away. Then he shows up at some house, and then level 1, the freezer. Okay. Now you're some green dude beating the shit out of food, I guess? There's a lot of potential here, but I don't know what kind of food these enemies are supposed to look like. I do see tomatoes and carrots, I guess, but are those typically what you put in the freezer? Could they have popsicles, ice cubes, frozen pizzas, ice cream sandwiches? Well, the good thing about tomato enemies is that when you destroy them, it looks like blood. By the way, I got some more money in Sim City, but I'm gonna keep saving up. Kung Fu sounds like a fun concept, but it's unplayable due to the clunky controls and awful hit detection. You can spend close to a minute trying to chase down one enemy. You have to precisely line yourself up toe to toe in order to hit anybody. Come on! Come on, you fucker! You see this shit? This is the most rotten food game I've ever played. Though it's pretty awesome seeing your character melt down to a skeleton. That's totally unexpected. I thought he was made of broccoli or something. But it's cool. Also, how many games have you ever played where you can pause the game over screen? So, my city's doing well, but in order to get that megalopolis, I need to reserve as much space as possible. Even if I need to build one little power line, that's going to erase my parks. Those are the little grassy areas. They raise the property value to help the buildings develop. But you can put the power lines over the railways without affecting them. See? It's little tricks like that. You need to fully utilize the land. You can't afford to waste a single pixel anywhere. If you want to win at Sim City, you can't fuck around. You gotta be more aggressive. You gotta demolish anything that's not necessary. What do the schools and hospitals do? Nah, I can't do that. That's morbid. But they're taking up space, and it's not required to have all those. They don't count as population. The residential areas can't grow to their full potential and combine together to form high-rise buildings, not with those schools and hospitals in the way. Had to do it. That's how you win the game. You have to send bulldozers through schools and hospitals. That is some dark shit. There's no schools or hospitals, but there's police departments on every block. This is a whole police city. It's like Escape from New York. In this town, the police say, fuck you. You thought Sim City was a utopian dream. It starts with that twinkling music that sounds so charming and invokes the feeling of aspirations and fantasies toward a hopeful future. But really, it's a deep, dark dive into a dystopian nightmare. In this city, profit and corruption reign supreme. You're not just building a shit town, you're building a monument to mankind's folly. An unholy labyrinth of concrete and steel strangling a fractured society. It's a place where the smog smothers the sky, extinguishing any ray of sunlight, just like the rays of humanity's optimism. The blind obedience of the citizens keeps the elite in power as they cower in the shadow of the wealthy. You're not a mayor, you're a dictator. Now, you know the true dark nature of Sim City. The game even gives you the power to call upon natural disasters. As it says in Nintendo Power, your powers even extend to the control of natural forces. Why not send a tornado ripping through town? And if you feel like obliterating a major metropolitan area, no problem. There are 6 fun-filled disasters to choose from. The game encourages you to spread death and destruction. Anyway, the citizens complain about unemployment, so I add more industrial zones so they have places to work. But they complain about pollution, so I make sure all my polluting facilities are on the edge of the gaming boundaries. That means the pollution radius is cut off by the screen. Does that mean the smog is drifting into another city? Yeah, it's somebody else's problem now. Fuck them. Maybe Nintendo wants the pollution to go into a Sega game, like Populous. Then they complain about housing costs. What am I supposed to do about that? You can never win. You fix one thing, then they get pissed off about something else. Oh, you want lower taxes? Okay, I lowered the fucking taxes. Oh, what is it now? Unemployment? Okay, here's some commercial industrial zones. Oh, you still not happy? What's the problem now? Crime? Pollution? You want another stadium? You know what? You can all go fuck yourselves.
motherfuckers! How do you like that? Want some tornadoes? Earthquakes? I'll give you the works. Bowser's gonna take you to hell. And if I haven't already made it clear, let me spell it out. Fuck you. Let's see what the citizens think of me now. Oh shit! My approval rating went up! Ho ho ho! They're cooperative. They learn. Look what I've got here. A whole civilization of tiny people who will grovel at my feet. Ha 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 ha! Ha 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 ha! Ah ha 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 ha! Aha! Good likeness. Look what they did. And they did it overnight. Who needs a Mario statue when I have my very own? An impressive sight. And in return, I give them my smile. I won't tramp my feet down on their town. All right now, my little friends. Now comes the new age. The age of the nerd. Oh, there's gonna be a lot of plans to make. Much work to be done. No! No! You can't stay here! Don't you understand? I'm the god! I'm the god!
The case of Mr. Nerd, a victim of delusion. In this case, the dream dies a little harder than the man. A small exercise in simulated city development that you can try for size on the angry video game nerd.
Ever get that wavering feeling like you might have to take a shit, and the feeling gets stronger when you stand in a certain spot? Well, right now my compass is leading me toward the N64 shelf. Getting warmer, warmer, warmer. Ugh. There it is, Glover. First time I heard of this game, I was like, huh? Glover? Is it Danny Glover, Donald Glover, Crispin Glover, Roger Glover? No, it's the hamburger helper riding a red ball. So you play as a glove. I used to think it had something to do with Super Glove Ball, but that's another game. You probably remember that one in my Power Glove episode. Together, these would make my list, top 2 worst glove games. But Glover doesn't use the Power Glove, thank God. And luckily, after it left a shit skid inside the N64 toilet bowl, Zelda Ocarina of Time came along and pissed it away, only a week after it pissed us off. Now, honestly, when Glover first came out, it seemed pretty cool, but so did everything that was 3D. In the old days, all we had was 3D World Runner and pseudo 3D shit like that. Later, there were games like Jumping Flash on PlayStation, but it was Super Mario 64 that fundamentally changed the 3D platformer as we knew it. With its freedom to move around in a circle and even reposition the camera, it was a big deal. Afterwards, games like Banjo-Kazooie and Spyro the Dragon proved that Nintendo had started a trend. Here we go! Some of these games were good, and some of them were shit. But sometimes we just accepted it because it was 3D, it was cutting edge, and cool. As kids, sometimes a game we thought was good might have actually been shitty all along. When I first played Ghostbusters on NES, I didn't want to admit it was garbage because it was Ghostbusters. It had to be good, right? What about Ninja Turtles? One of my early episodes. That game drove me insane. It sucked. But what did I know? It was the #1 top-rated game in Nintendo Power for a while. But every game was supposed to be good. We were lied to, psychologically manipulated into thinking we were wrong. But no more being ass-lighted by the shitty games. It's time for Glover. Let's go. The game opens inside a castle, and we're introduced to the red-nosed drunken wizard who's recklessly throwing shit into a bubbling cauldron. Idiot. It knocks him through the floor. Yeah, right through the goddamn floor, screaming like Goofy. And I guess his gloves or hands fell off. One glove falls into the slop and morphs into the evil cross-stitch, while the other becomes our protagonist, Glover. I'd like to say he flips the bird,
but with only 4 fingers, too bad. Well, he transforms the wizard's magic crystals into rubber balls so they don't shatter, but oops, they bounce into what become the game's levels. So now go fetch, asshole. That would have made a better title. They should have called it that. So that's the plot. The gameplay is far more complicated, and I'll tell you what, it's very ambitious and creative, but there is a huge learning curve. So if you rented it from the video store, you'd better hope the last person returned the manual. And you would also need those strategies from Nintendo Power, issue 114. It had a whole section with tips and tricks for each stage, but why would you care? Look what's on the cover. The goal is to collect 6 missing crystals and return them to the center of the castle to save the wizard and the kingdom. For every crystal you bring back, new worlds unlock. Much like Mario 64, the castle grounds act as your hub, connecting all the worlds. Each world has 3 levels, a boss fight, and a bonus stage, and they're all based on specific themes: Atlantis, Carnival, Pirates, Prehistoric, Fortress of Fear, and Out of This World. The game's helper character, Mr. Tip, is a wizard's hat with googly eyes that give you tips. Because it's one of those type of games where you need everything explained to you every step of the way. Kind of like that annoying office assistant, Clippy. You use the B button to talk to him, but that's the same button to bounce the ball. So sometimes this kind of shit happens. Come on! I hate these type of characters. Shit-pickle. Pickle, 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 pickle. Shit-pickle. Okay. Alright. Shit-pickle, 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 shit-pickle. Okay. Alright. Shit, pickle. Pickle, 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 shit, pickle, shit, pickle, shit, pickle. Shit, pickle. Thanks for the advice. Shit, pickle. Anyway, Mr. Tips is always showing up, telling you to do this, do that, tells you to collect Garibs. Wait. Garibs? Collect Garibs to score points. Get 50 and win an extra life. Wow, that would help. If I knew what fucking Garibs are. You gotta be fucking kidding me. I also need to comment on this bird. Tell me, what are you hearing? Is it just me, or does the bird have gas? Out both ends. The objective of each level is to find the ball. Okay, wait, hold on now. The bird was farting. Sorry, I can't let that go. Anyway, you get the ball to the end goal while solving puzzles and avoiding obstacles. These obstacles range from your standard pitfalls and spike traps to spinning platforms, blowing fans, giant snowballs, falling rocks, etc. It's like playing Marble Madness, but if you also had to move a hand around to guide the ball by dribbling, smacking, throwing, and running on top of it. I don't even know where to begin with describing these controls. When you're running on the ball, for example, you have to be pushing the joystick in the opposite direction you're trying to go. You have to train your brain to think in reverse. You also have enemies to contend with that will try to steal or destroy the ball, and some will go as far as to intentionally knock it off the stage, which basically means you're dead. It seems underneath every stage is a bottomless pit, so you can't take your eyes off that ball. Hitting B makes Glover point at the ball, which is great so you never lose track of it, but that doesn't guarantee you'll be able to get to it before a giant bumblebee rocket launches it with a stinger at its ass. But the worst enemies gotta be the explosive ones, like this dynamite hogging. If you somehow figure out how to avoid the blast with Glover, the ball still gets blown into pieces or is sent careening over the edge like a turd shot out of cannon. You want to be holding that ball at all times. Besides, without it, you move around like 10 pounds of shit shoved into a 5-pound glove. Much like how rolling in Ocarina of Time was a little faster than running, Glover is best when he's jumping constantly. Every time you get a game over, you'll need to reload your save file and run all the way back to where you were from the castle gates. So get ready to hop, 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 like a bunny on crack. Too bad Glover's little fingers don't make him move any faster. Thing from Addams Family could teach him a few pointers. You can change the ball's form by tapping the R button. It can become a rubber ball, a bowling ball, a ball bearing, and the ball's original shape, the crystal. The crystal is very fragile. It's only useful for collecting more points, so don't try to bounce it unless you want to hear Glover scream like E.T. The crystal and rubber balls float on water, allowing Glover to ride them. The bowling ball and the ball bearing are naturally heavier and can sink, which is great for pressing switches underwater. And boy, will you be pressing a lot of switches in this game. The white switches with red stars, Glover can activate on his own by fisting them or fist slam, punching. And the red switches with yellow targets can only be activated by the ball. These switches will open up the next section of a course or a checkpoint. Each level has multiple buttons that you'll need to hit to progress, and oftentimes they're located at the end of difficult platforming sections. The amount of precision required in this game is something you would never understand unless you've actually played it. The only way I can even think to describe it is if you're familiar with those maze games with the tiny balls. It's kind of like that. When you play it, you have to give it your full concentration, and you say to yourself, I can do this, but you keep failing. Well, imagine if you were trying to play more than one maze at a time. You have both the glove and the ball to deal with. Keep your eye on Glover. Oops, you lost the ball. Keep your eye on the ball. Fuck, I died. This circus level in particular brings my piss to a boil. Let me ask you a question. What comes to mind when you think of the circus? You know, clowns, cotton candy, fire breathers, acrobats, a giant blue ball sack? What were they thinking? And you ride it by bouncing on it? It's like that episode of South Park, and you know the one I mean. And if not, well. But check out this part. First, you need to cross two swinging pirate ships, but the momentum flings Glover and the ball around like rag dolls. Every time I try to get on this damn thing, it either tosses me like a frisbee or the ship moves and I fall to my death. Fuck. Here we go. Here. Oh. See this shit? Up until this point, most of my deaths were the result of me not totally grasping the controls or some bad camera angles, but now it's as if the game is actively fighting against me. What the fuck was that shit? Alright, there we go. All I gotta do is bounce it. You just gotta time it right. There we go. Not a problem. Not a problem. And, what the fuck? Okay, your mother. Once you finally make it across and take a ride down the slide, be prepared for any hope left in your body to exit your asshole. Ahead of you is a winding checkered path. Seems straightforward enough. Well, as soon as you start rolling the ball down this thing, it starts tilting and turning all over the place like a goddamn tilt-a-whirl. Here we go. Making the turn. Whoa! What the fuck happened? If the pirate ships were the 8th circle of hell, this is certainly the 9th. Ugh! Maybe what I need is the Power Glove. I don't mean the NES Power Glove. I mean the N64 Power Glove. You think I'm kidding? Do you think I'm kidding? Yeah, you didn't know! You didn't know the Nintendo 64 had the Reality Quest Glove! Yeah, now let's crank it up to 11. Smell the glove! Want to see a magic trick? How about a magic shit? Ah! Oh! 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 The PlayStation version is easier? It's a walk through the park. It's... Why didn't I play this one instead? Well, I'll be shit. When I came to, my head was throbbing and my mouth tasted of stale booze and ashtrays. My brain was fogged over and my memory was as blank as a Commodore 64 load screen. Somebody had put me under, and I had the feeling they had taken more than just my memories. The hat on the floor matched my trench coat, but gave no answers. I couldn't recognize the face in the mirror, nor could I tell where I was. I seemed to be in some kind of video game library. There were random shit stains, a roll of toilet paper, an empty drink, and a game cartridge that was incinerated beyond recognition. There was a pistol, which I identified as a Nintendo Zapper. It had been fired. Its warm touch could have only come from the coldest of hearts. I thought I could smell the faint scent of perfume from a dame, or perhaps it was some kind of nostalgic allure to something else. All I knew was it smelled of trouble. And it wasn't a dame that did a number on me. It was a game. And I was going to find out which one. I didn't recall ever playing Roger Rabbit before. It looked pretty swell, so I gave it a try. And then something dawned on me. I wasn't playing the game. The game was playing me. The controls were as slippery as a fish in a bucket of grease, and my optimism went out the window faster than a bullet through a bag of piss. So I tried other games that, to my memory, I had never played before. Top Gun, Back to the Future, Dick Tracy, The Last Ninja, Goonies 2. The covers were designed to seduce you, to lure you in, only to break your heart. Was it possible people could have remembered playing these games as kids, thinking they were great, only to find that their memory wasn't fully intact? I realized that looking for a good game in this mess was as rare as finding a diamond in a back alley dumpster. I tell you, this game library was a plastic jungle full of electronic predators, and I was the prey. The shelves rose like buildings with colorful labels hiding the sins of the corrupt game corporations. Somebody ought to talk about these games, I thought. If only there was some kind of obsessed nerd who could spread the message of this filth. And then it hit me like a lead pipe. Who was I? Why was I wearing this getup? Did it offer any clue to the game genre I was playing? No. That would be silly. That would be like dressing up as Batman to play Batman games. Who does that? But it seemed all too familiar, like I was having deja vu. Wait. I investigated the NES shelf and realized something was missing under D, and it all came back to me. Earlier that day, I was playing Deja Vu on NES. It was a crime-solving game that made me feel so much like a detective, I was practically sitting in my own private dick office. Sprawled across my desk were the pages of Nintendo Power. It returned me to my youth, but since we're already in a flashback here, let's just say it piqued my interest. I always remembered that image of the guy holding the photo of himself holding the photo. It begged the question, how did he take that photo? The title was memorable too. As a kid, it was my first time ever hearing the term deja vu. I didn't know what it meant. I assumed maybe it was some form of kung fu. Must be an action game, I thought. Until I realized it was a point-and-click adventure and dismissed it prematurely. But here again as an adult, I was back on the case. Deja Vu was first on the Macintosh computer in 1985, back when controlling a pointer on the screen with a mouse was a big deal. Appropriately enough, it was in black and white, like the 1940s detective films it was inspired by. The Maltese Falcon, Double Indemnity, The Big Sleep. But it went to color when it was ported to Commodore 64, Amiga, and so on. It was created by ICOM Simulations, who also made Uninvited and Shadowgate using the same engine and interface. Together they're known as the Mac Venture series, or is it like Mick Venture, like McDonald's? But Deja Vu has the distinction of being the only NES game to truly capture the spirit of those classic noir films. Sure, there were other detective games, but only Deja Vu had that dark, cynical vibe. Even though the blood was toned down if you compare it with the other computer versions, it was much more adult-themed than what you'd usually come across on the NES, as we'll soon see. It's also the only NES game I can think of where you start out in the shitter. Literally, the first screen is in a bathroom of a bar. Boy, that's one hell of a way to kick things off. Your character has no recollection of how he got there or who he is. Then you find a dead body and realize you've been framed for murder. So the goal is to find out what happened and who's behind it all. And a clever thing here is that you're not just trying to obtain evidence, you also have to get rid of evidence that would implicate you. I have to give credit where credit is due. The text is very amusing. It's a man who appears to be lacking something, namely life. Yeah, you think? Even simple things like if I examine the sink, it tells me it appears to be a sink. Gee, thanks. Or better yet, if you open the toilet lid, it says, you are relieved that you find nothing inside. Okay, that is funny. And one of my favorites, if you examine the fire escape, it tells you it's a fire escape. When there's a fire, you use it to escape. My chest heaved with a feeling more rare than a $3 bill in this town, a feeling called laughter. On the bar, you find a shot glass, which they call seltzer, but when your character downs it, he reacts as if it's really harsh stuff, so clearly it's meant to be booze. And as I contemplated that, I took a good hard swig of apple juice. But then you find gambling tables and slot machines in the back of some speakeasy, and it's the best way to earn more money, the only way. So the game encourages you to gamble. The music is great. It has that jazzy, mysterious vibe. But the part that's ass is the controls. Of course, this is not a computer and you have to move the pointer with the D-pad instead of a mouse, so it's kind of doomed from the start. It takes way too long to do simple tasks like going through a door. First you have to select open, then you drag the pointer to the door, click it, now it's open, and then you have to select move, drag the pointer over, and then click the door again. So basically, the simple act of going through a door is 4 actions. Not to mention, navigation is confusing, but they gave you these blue dots to help you out, which you can alternatively click on to move yourself around. I would explain how this works, but I really have no fucking idea. The verbiage can be confusing. If you try moving through a closed door, it says it can't be moved if it's not open. Wait, is move meant like to move something, or is it to move myself? Leave doesn't mean leave the room, it means to leave something, like leave a shit, because who actually takes a shit? But about the word take. If I see medicine on the counter, does take the medicine mean to take it into my inventory, or to take the medicine, to consume it? Actually, if you want to eat or use anything on yourself, you're supposed to take the item first, like gum for instance, and then select use, and then select self. Wait, hang on, that's gum, right? Not gun.
Okay, that would be a big mistake. If I selected gun instead of gum, that would be a bad move. A BM, a real shitty move. But hey, let's see what happens. Oh my god. Good job. That's a great way to go out with a bang. So much for your dreams and aspirations. Blam. R.I.P. Ace Harding. Well, that's one way to find out your identity. From the beginning, the odds were against you. It was only a matter of time until you reached the end, your history. That's brilliant. That might be better than you and your friends are dead. Because not only are you dead, your whole life was a fail. So I got to an elevator and I couldn't figure out how to get it moving. Eventually I found out I had to hit the buttons. The same action you use to punch people. Imagine going into an elevator and punching the ever-loving fuck out of it. Next thing, he goes into a wine cellar, and to open a secret door, he has to punch the fucking wine. Who goes around punching wine bottles? It won't open. Gosh, how am I gonna get this fucking door to open? Then you meet a dame in an alley and she says she has a surprise for you in her purse. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I guess you can't take the chance, so... Really? Is this what I'm supposed to do? Sako! She's out like a light and her purse drops to the ground. I couldn't believe my eyes. Was this some kind of rude joke? It looks like you hit her pretty hard. She's out cold. And then you take her money. Of all the dirty, crooked things you could do in an NES game, this one takes the cake. Next thing, you walk into Pete's All-Night Gun Palace. Wow, you buy a gun using gambling money. Could you imagine kids playing this? I mean, not to mention, the gun is only $20. $20! But anyway, the thing that sucks here is that you have to buy each bullet individually. You think they could have come up with a less tedious way to do this? If you walked into a store, wouldn't you buy all your items as one transaction? Who the fuck does it this way? Then you still have to load the gun, and by the game's terminology, that means using the bullet on the gun. So you select use, then page through the inventory, find the bullets, click it, and then page all the way back over to the gun, click it, and there you go. You've loaded one bullet. You're probably asking, oh, wait now, did you really have to do that 6 times? You better believe it. 6 times. 6 times! I think that's the main problem with this game. Everything takes too long. A mugger with a gun approached me. My first thought was to try and shoot him, but you have to go through the usual hoops and hurdles to select the gun and use it on the guy. But oops, he shoots you first. What did you expect? You thought he was just going to stand there and wait? It reminds me of that new Star Wars Special Ultra Edition, the one where Han is too slow.
Yes, I bet you have.
So clearly, using the gun on the mugger ain't a good idea. So what's the real solution? Take a guess. Punch him. Of course! This guy is like the master of the fist. All you do is go around punching people. You arrive at a house and the butler doesn't let you in, you just punch him in the fucking face. Punching is always the solution. At a certain point, you start punching people just for fun to see whatever hilarious text comes up. And just when you thought you could punch your way out of every problem, the game pulls cheap shots like this. I fell into a construction pit? How did that happen? The game just decided, hey, you know what? You're dead. And then there's a random alligator in the sewer. Well, this time I tried the gun and it worked. In fact, the computer versions show blood, which makes the animal cruelty feel so much more shameful. I mean, what was I thinking going into the sewers? Everybody knows there's alligators down there. There's many times when you have to ride a cad. It's the only way to reach certain spots where you have to find items and clues before returning to where you were. But here's the problem. If you don't have money for a round trip and you forget to check ahead of time, you could get stranded. At least I thought.
Imagine my dismay when I rode the cab, paid the driver, explored the property, and then realized I didn't have the money to get back. My first instinct was to try punching the driver, but for once, it didn't work because of the glass. Using my gun didn't help either because the glass was bulletproof and I got sent to jail. I tried running from the cab, but he called the cops, and again, I was sent to jail. It seemed I desperately needed to find some money, but I was stranded at a location where there was no money to be found. I felt trapped like a rat. My world narrowed down like a cage closing in on me. How was I to get out of this mess? Would I have to reset the game after all that work I put in? So I began retrying the same shit. I rode the cab, and once again, I ran. And then all hope came flooding back in an instant like a rainfall in Death Valley. The driver cut me a break. He said I could pay him back later. I don't know what was different this time, but I wasn't complaining. There was only one casino in town, and that was the only place to get money, aside from stealing it out of wallets. The game forces you to gamble. It's an absolute necessity in this crooked world. This time, I wasn't messing around. I was determined to turn this casino into my personal ATM. And just when I started winning, I began to lose, until I was at fucking zero. Luckily, there was always a spare coin laying around to get you started again, so after much time passed, I finally hit big with a 777 and got 30 coins. I had beaten the odds. I had earned my piece of victory, so I set out again to pay back the cab driver and continue with the case. But then a mugger showed up, one whom I had not seen before, a bigger brute, tough and mean, so I decided to punch him, what else? But he socked me, laid me out, and next thing, I was waking up with a full headache and empty pockets. All my money was taken. Everything I had worked for was pulled like a rug from under me. What a rotten move. I had never seen a game do something so wretched and cruel. Have you ever played a game where you had to collect items or power-ups for what seemed like hours? Well, farming items is one thing, but imagine if out of nowhere the game throws a monkey wrench at you and says, hey, you know what? It's all gone. Fuck this game. Fuck it to fucking hell. I was ready to throw the goddamn thing out the window, but instead, I just took another swig of the hard stuff and soldiered on. Back to the casino, back to square one. Many losses and few wins later, I finally had what I would consider enough money. So after that whole debacle, I rode another cab and found my way to a doctor's office where I raided a whole shelf of drugs. This is unlike any other NES game where you might find a pill or a first aid kit, something like that. Here, it's an entire medicine cabinet, and it tells you the names of the specific drugs. The idea is to ingest them to restore your memory and reveal more parts of the story. In fact, this is the big moment where Ace remembers who he is. Can you think of any other game where the whole mission culminates in swallowing a bunch of unprescribed medications? Not to mention, the way you have to do it is by selecting the drugs, then putting them into capsules, and then using the capsules on yourself. Why does everything have to be so complicated? Anyway, let's round up the family-friendly, wholesome entertainment this game brings to the kids. You have drugs, alcohol, murder, punching ladies on the street, stealing wallets, guns, gambling, buying guns with gambling money, and if that's not enough, it adds body shaming to the mix. A large woman in a trunk is referred to as a tub of lard. And it's not a character calling her that. It's the game's narration. Oh, man. As I got closer to wrapping up this case, I couldn't help but dwell on how complicated the items are. If you examined a diary, you may have assumed that you had read it, but then you realize all you had done was look at the cover. To read it, you have to open it. It's like game logic as a fucking video game. At one point, I stole somebody's mail. Yeah, stole their fucking mail right out of the goddamn mailbox. Of course, you can't just examine the envelope. You have to take the envelope, then open it, then take the letter inside, and then you still have to examine the letter. Even items you've taken already sometimes have more items inside them, like a wallet. You can't use the card that's in your wallet unless you open the wallet, take the card, and then use the card. It's as if the game doesn't consider you have that card unless it's out of your wallet. That's like saying if you go into a store and you have a credit card with you, you don't really have that credit card because it's inside your wallet. I mean, maybe they overthought this just a little? As your inventory grows, it becomes even more tedious to page through it all. I mean, look at this. Look at how long this takes. How is he holding all this shit anyway? This detective is walking around trying to be inconspicuous, but his trench coat is packed to shit with everything but the kitchen sink. He strolls into a bedroom where there's a sleeping woman, which is creepy as fuck. He opens her drawer and just starts taking shit. I mean, this guy's more curious than a cat. Pen? Glasses? Why does he have to take everything he sees? A tissue? Really now, a tissue? What do I need that for? The text says, you know how to use them, don't you? You just put one to your nose and blow. Well, thanks. This guy is the ultimate hoarder. He has so much random shit, but you want to make sure to take everything because you don't know what you're going to need later. Oh yeah, trust me, if you forget something and have to go back, that's the worst. It turns out, you really don't need that much. In fact, before the game's over, you have to get rid of all that incriminating evidence. So you spend all that time getting that stuff just to throw it away. And of all the ways you'd think to dispose of it, you have to use a storm drain. Yeah, all the guns, the ammo case, everything goes down that fucking storm drain. You're throwing away yarn, condoms, LJN rolling rockers, a sailboat, and then the clown from It comes up. So now that you have the correct inventory, you head to the police station. As long as you have the proper evidence, the text explains how there was a trial and the real murderers were brought to justice. You're congratulated for a job well done, and then you get a cool epilogue with a nice graphic showing your character, Ace Harding, for the first time. It's quite a satisfying ending, far better than average for NES. I started to feel woozy, like the world was spinning. Was it the drink? No. I realized it was the feeling of blind nostalgia. Even though the game had shitty aspects, it had some redeeming traits and was rather captivating. I couldn't help but fall under that good old NES spell. I stumbled back into my nerd lair as my senses began to fail me, my brain shrouded in that same childhood fog. I grabbed my zapper. I took aim, remembering all the heartaches the game had brought me. I could hear it telling me how it had no choice. It did what it needed to do. I could have given this baby a fair judgment. I could have said, hey, it wasn't that bad. But since this is a nerd episode, somebody had to take the fall, and it wasn't going to be me. So long, sweetheart. So that's how it all went down, and as I sit now amongst all my games, I know the next case is just around the corner. The nerd is always on the hunt for the next item, the stuff that shit is made of.
Tonight's Halloween marathon continues.
Assholes! Tonight at 9. Well, seen that one before. Yeah, I'm getting tired of the same old horror movies. You know what? I'm gonna go see that new Nosferatu movie. Yeah, there's a new Nosferatu, which is a remake of the remake. I'm very curious about that, so gonna go check it out. Yeah, so it's not out yet. It comes out on Christmas. Christmas Day. Of all the days of the year to release a horror film, why pick Christmas? What were they thinking? Well, gonna have to wait to see Nosferatu, but at least for now, I can play the game. That's right, the game. Yeah, Nosferatu on Super Nintendo. I'm sure you have one of two possible responses. What's Nosferatu? Well, it was the ancient Romanian word for the insufferable one, but never mind that. It was the title of the 1922 German silent horror film, which happens to be the oldest surviving adaptation of Dracula. But if you already know that and you're thinking, holy shit, there's a Nosferatu game, well, See for yourself. Holy shit. Fuck my fucking nuts off. This looks amazing. For a 16-bit game, the graphics are very impressive. I hope I'm not making this assessment preemptively, but I will say this game is awesome. If you're at all surprised by just the fact this game exists, well, so was I. It was released in 1995 in North America, but it wasn't until after the turn of the millennium when I first heard of it. If it was in Nintendo Power, I must have missed it. Its obscurity has some similarities to the classic film. As the story goes, the filmmakers didn't get permission to adapt the Dracula novel, so they changed the names. For example, Dracula was renamed Orlok, but a court ruled against it and ordered all copies of the film to be destroyed. Though obviously some managed to survive, because then how the fuck are we looking at it? Though the game was never destroyed, not yet, it does feel like an unofficial Dracula. You can clearly tell from the cutscenes and especially the game over screen that it's meant to be Dracula. Some speculate that the reason they couldn't call it Dracula, or chose not to, was because of Konami having already established such a well-known franchise with the character. I mean, it's so famous, I don't even think I need to say the name of this franchise, but I will. Castlevania, or Devil's Castle Dracula. I'm pretty sure the character was public domain by then, and it's worth noting that there were other Dracula games, such as Bram Stoker's Dracula, you know, the one with Fred Fox. But the Nosferatu game has the same type of premise. A guy goes into a castle to fight a bunch of monsters, ultimately to face a final vampire boss. But if there was any game it copied, it would be Prince of Persia, with its detailed character animation and controls that attempt realism. You have to painstakingly climb up walls rather than just effortlessly hopping around. I wouldn't call this a platformer game. It's more like a cliffhanger game. So what I'm saying is, Nosferatu, at its best, is Prince of Persia, and at its worst, is Lester the Unlikely, but let's not go there. The moves do take a while to figure out. Even if you look them up or somehow have the original manual, it takes a lot of practice. I actually ran the timer out before I even had a chance to try all the moves. And even then, sometimes the attacks just don't want to connect. I have to address the fact that your only method of attack is punching and kicking. You know, I always find it amusing when you punch the ever-loving fuck out of a monster. I mean, that takes some serious nerve to just go up to that thing and punch it. He even raises his fists, goes into a fight stance like, come and get it. Gonna hook you up with some combos. Even in Doom, the reason you would ever punch demons is because you ran out of bullets. But this guy, he came here by choice without any weapons. I mean, you could see in the opening cutscene, he arrives at the castle unarmed. I figured along the way you would pick up weapons, right? A cross, a silver dagger, some holy water. But no, there are no weapons at all. Who would have thought a vampire hunting game would be all hand-to-hand combat? And this guy doesn't seem to be a mutant or have any superpowered abilities. He's just some ordinary-looking dude. Damn! Don't ever fuck with him. When you beat the stage boss, he shows off some moves, like you won the round. Were they trying to make a tournament fighter or a beat-em-up game? And then at the last minute it got turned into a horror-themed adventure? Not to mention, the Stage 2 boss is a pair of apes. What kind of theme are we going with here? I don't think they even knew what time period the game takes place. The game over screen has a photograph. At first I didn't think much of it, but after dying so many times and having to constantly look at it, I started wondering, why the hell would there be a photo? I mean, wait a minute, the date on it says 1990. Is that when the game is supposed to take place? I thought maybe 1890. In the cutscene, he's riding a horse. It definitely implies this is classic Dracula time period, but no, the Ninja Turtle movie came out the same year. This guy's riding a fucking horse into a castle. And besides, that is one sorry-ass game over screen. A guy and a girl smiling in a photo? Not a tombstone or a pile of bones or blood-dripping letters that say you're dead. No, just a vacation photo that could be somebody's goddamn profile pic. MySpace, yeah. Isn't that what the kids do these days? Huh? No? I'm a little behind, guys. Who made this game? I'm gonna move my thumb away. Yep, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna move my thumb away. Seta. Yeah, it couldn't have been LJN because I already did all the LJN games, finished them all off in my episode 200. So, Seta, who did that? Oh no. Oh, no! Now we know the extent of what we're dealing with here. Check this out. You often come to a low clearance where you have to pass through a narrow space. You're probably thinking you just duck and crawl, right? Or do a slide like Mega Man. Well, you'd be right that you slide, but it's not that simple. You don't just press down and A. No, you have to get a head start and then run by doing a double tap on the D-pad, and then you slide by pressing down and Y. It may seem fine enough to deal with, except the run doesn't always work. You're probably familiar with other games that use the double tap to run, like Battletoads and the Ninja Turtles beat-em-up games. But this is like a broken version of that. Is it supposed to be 2 slow taps, 2 fast taps, or fuck it, try 3 taps? It doesn't matter. It only works when it feels like it, and that's unacceptable because there are tons of spots where you need to run. Whether it's a running jump or a running slide, you have to do it again and again and again. So it must be reliable, but it isn't. Oh, and then there's times when you run by accident. Like if you're trying to walk real slow or inch yourself to a certain spot, it might trigger the run. Then I realized something. It just hit me like a 10-ton pile of shit. There is no reason the double tap should be necessary at all. Couldn't run be its own button, like L or R? Those do nothing. And what about X or A? Those are dead buttons too. The game only uses Y and B, attack and jump. You can reassign the buttons, but it doesn't matter because there's only 2. All the other buttons go to waste. It seems this game was designed for the NES. But this was in 1995. It wasn't like Super Nintendo just came out. In fact, PlayStation was out by then. I already said they didn't know what genre game they were making, but they didn't even know what console they were making it for. I'm starting to think this game might not be as awesome as it first looks. Man, such potential. Great style, great design. I mean, who doesn't love a good spooky adventure where you're going through a bunch of haunted scenery, fighting creatures of the night? But it's ruined by one minor peeve after another. Certain monsters drop crystals on the floor, but you have to stand in the most precise spot to pick them up. It's like trying to pick a penny off the floor. It's not worth it. What are these crystals for anyway? Well, to increase your attack power and shit, but it doesn't matter. As soon as the next thing hits you, you lose them. Let's say you open a treasure chest and get an item. What will be your next instinct? To walk away, right? You got the item. Done. But no. I found out there could actually be more items in the chest. So you have to keep grabbing until you've got everything. Who would think to do that? In Zelda, when you open a chest, there's only one item. That's it. You don't keep digging into the same chest. But some chests have no items at all. Instead, a shitty ghost that pops out and hits you. That's a cheap shot, a gotcha trap. But everything I've mentioned so far is just petty poopy. The real shit is coming up. Theoretically, it's a short game with only 6 stages. But you know what other game has only 6 stages? Ghosts and Goblins. And that's one of the hardest, most ball-busting motherfuckers ever. With Nosferatu, it doesn't really get that hard until stage 3, and as far as I'm concerned, that's where the playability runs out. The problem is they give you only one life. When you die, it's game over and you go back to the last checkpoint, wherever that is. They're real stingy about these checkpoints. After a long, punishing stretch, you'll come to a doorway, which would seem like the perfect, logical place for the checkpoint, but nope. Well, that's one way to make 6 stages feel like 100, by turning them into endurance rounds, forcing the player to repeat the same parts over and over and over until they've mastered it. I'm playing on the normal difficulty setting, by the way, and I cannot pass stage 3, not without a code, and I tried for hours. I gave it my best. You know, this gave me that same experience as all those tough-ass games you've seen me play over the years. It's so familiar to me now, I recognize it, like a sickness coming on. Oh, here's the sore throat phase, here comes the runny nose. You've gone through it so many times, you know the feeling. Here's how I would describe what I'd call the 3 phases of angry nerd gaming. Phase 1 is the confusion stage. What am I supposed to do? Where do I go? This is when you learn the game, and the only way to do that is by dying a lot. You will attempt leaps of faith, or more like faithless leaps of death. You will run into dead ends and have to find your way around the maze. You will get stuck until you realize there's a hidden path, the classic cryptic bullshit. And you might even fall through the goddamn floor. So, essentially, what you're doing in Phase 1 is having a free-for-all fuck-up fest until you've memorized the entire layout of the stage up till the next checkpoint. Phase 2 is when the element of chance creeps in behind you and kicks you in the ass. This is the part when you think nothing major can go wrong, because by now, you know what you're doing. You have the knowledge and the practice, but for some reason, shit doesn't work. Let's say you have to make a running jump to grab onto a wall. 3 simple actions: run, jump, grab. And if just one of those become unresponsive, look, see, just like that. It didn't grab, but I know I was pressing up. The biggest wild card for me was this section where you have to pass over a spike pit while hopping across 3 crumbling platforms and being chased by some obnoxious creature that swings from the ceiling. It even laughs at you when you die. It seems self-explanatory enough. Just hop across the platforms. But sometimes the jump fails and you get stuck in this crouching position. Like, what the hell? I was hitting the jump button. Sometimes you try to jump and he just falls into the pit. And even when you've made it across, there's still a chance it'll happen again. I've tried holding left while tapping B, tapping left while holding B, every possible combination to hack the controls, and just when I thought I had it figured out, it stopped working. It's all random luck of the controls, and whenever I did pass this section, I always ended up dying somewhere else. You're expected to have a perfect marathon, which is basically like trying to flip a coin and have it land on heads multiple times in a row. When you fail, you get mad and want to try that same part over again, immediately, while it's fresh in your mind. But no, you have to start over and redo that whole stretch. And that brings me to Phase 3. Phase 3 is when boredom and fatigue sets in. This is the stage of the sickness when you're wondering, when is this going to be over? You're so exhausted from playing the same parts over and over that you start playing shittier because you're rushing. Your patience is gone. This is when you can barely even stand to look at the graphics anymore. Those colors and patterns are burning into your eyeballs, and that music has fucked its way into your mind. As you can see, I lost my fucking mind. Yeah, I hit my breaking point. I realized there was no way I was passing stage 3, even if I spent all day. So that's when I tried the code. This allowed me the opportunity to play every stage and fail on every stage. Fuck. Ah! Oh, fuck! 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 I've shown you everything worthwhile. There's not that much variety. So here's the final battle with Dracula, or Nosferatu, whatever. He switches back and forth between his human and bat forms, and I have to say, I had my doubts, but it turns out that you still don't get any weapon, even at this point in the game. The whole mission comes down to a bare-fisted slugfest against the king of vampires. It's one thing for this guy to go around punching monsters, but to actually kill the undead Prince of Evil with his bare fucking fists makes him the most unbelievably badass character of all time. Jeez, holy shit. Can you kill a vampire in hand-to-hand combat? Is that part of the lore? Did they ever establish that in the original Nosferatu film? Come to think of it, this battle goes exactly how you'd expect. I mean, look at this. I'm getting my ass handed to me. And it's pretty rare to see your life bar bigger than the final boss's and still impossible to beat him. I manage to sneak in a combo every now and then, but it takes 2 combos to drain only half of 1 crystal. Half! You know what? Fuck this game. This is one of the most deceivingly shitty games I've ever played because it's almost awesome. It has a great style in that Castlevania sort of way. Let's not say Castlevania because it only makes me wish I was playing Castlevania. It has awful, unpredictable controls, not enough checkpoints, no extra lives, cheap traps. If you have anxiety, this is a game that a doctor would tell you to avoid. It's one of the most nerve-wracking pieces of shit on the Super Nintendo. By all definitions, this is Nosferatu, the insufferable one. You want some good shit? Let's talk Blaster Master on NES. It was another one of those Nintendo Power memories, one of the earliest in fact, appearing in issue number 3. I was only 8 years old, but I still remember getting excited by those screenshots, renting the game from the video store, and then seeing the opening cutscene and being totally perplexed. I'll describe it like I see it. Dude has a frog in a jar. Frog jumps away. Radioactive box happens to be outside the dude's home. Frog touches the radioactive box and grows. Frog jumps down hole. Dude jumps down hole. Dude finds a futuristic battle tag. Yeah, just sitting in a cave underneath his backyard. Well, that is one hell of a find. And there's an armored suit that comes with it. So he just decides to put it on. Why not? And then, title screen. What an intro. And to this day, it's just as perplexing. The manual doesn't explain much else except that the dude's name is Jason and the frog's name is Fred. Just in case you wanted to know. Man, nowadays games are all about the story. You would have to have this whole 30-minute cutscene explaining all this stuff, but with Blaster Master, it doesn't matter. It could have been anything. It could have been a clown on a farm that spits out a jack-in-the-box that goes up in a rocket and turns into a space sloth. You will forget everything you just saw as soon as you press start. Oh, yeah! What can I say? It's the bomb. It's the shit. It kicks ass. It fucks hard. Add whatever cliche expression from whatever era you like, you get a game that transcends all eras. First of all, the music rocks your goddamn face off. Second, it has instant playability, very intuitive controls. Third, it has variety. You have the main side-scrolling mode where you drive around in your tank, and then there's the overhead stages. And the cool thing about the side-scrolling stages is that you can hop out on foot. Yeah, look at that little guy walking around. You even have separate life bars for you in the tank. This is one of the best games on the NES to not have a ton of sequels. It's not Konami, it's not Capcom, it's Sunsoft, man. Why don't we talk more about Sunsoft? Batman, Journey to Silius, Gremlins 2, Fester's Quest. Yeah, well, maybe that's not the best sign, but Fester's Quest still had awesome music, and you can tell by the overhead stages that they were directly lifted from Blaster Master. I mean, just look at them side by side. There's no question about it, especially the boss battles. I'd even say all Sunsoft games share some kind of creative kinship. They have similar enemies, similar graphics, similar sound effects. And when you see an explosion like that, you know that's not just any explosion, that's a Sunsoft explosion. The controls are as perfect as you can ask for. Your tank builds up momentum, so when you let go of the D-pad, it cruises like you just let your foot off the gas. Watch me hop across these platforms. You would think I'm holding the D-pad, but I'm not. I'm just cruising. Oh, hell yeah! Even if you face the other way, the cruising continues. I love it. There are some weird things, like if you blast away blocks and then pause the game, all the blocks will regenerate. Sometimes you have to blast blocks to make your own custom platforms. Like, look how precise I have to get that. Here, let me pause and make a note. Oh, no, I paused. Oh, shit. Oh, well, that was a fuck up. Or a strategy. This game has excellent game over etiquette. It gives you unlimited continues. It starts you at the beginning of whatever area you were in. You lose any ammo you picked up for your special weapons, but otherwise, you keep all your progress. So I have nothing to complain about here. How often is that when I can say a game is totally fair? Well, there is one problem. There are no saves, no passwords, no stage select codes. You are expected to beat the entire game in one sitting. That is rough. I mean, think about how many times you have to pause it to go to school or work or whatever. That AC adapter is going to get hot as shit. It would be one thing if this game was perfectly linear and you could beat it easily in one sitting, but that's not the case. This is another one of those WTF DYG games. That's right, a where the fuck do you go game. A name like Blaster Master implies it's all straight up action, but it should be called Mazer Blazer because it's just one gigantic maze. There is nothing self-explanatory whatsoever. Even after you've beaten the boss, you can't just go to the next stage. You need to find the stage, or area as they call it. This means backtracking through the previous stages to find the hidden entrance. How are you supposed to know where it is? Nintendo Power tried to help, and so did the manual, but in this day and age, you gotta look up a walkthrough, and they're way more helpful. You know what? Let's take a moment to bless all the kind souls who have made all those walkthroughs. When we're stuck in a game and all seems to fail, you give us hope. Your brave dedication in beating these hard-ass games knows no bounds. Your meticulous, obsessive detail in unraveling these unconquered shit saucers is a heroic duty that remains unmatched. So we thank you, video game walkthrough heroes. But even when you know where to go, it's easier said than done. I need to use the hover ability to get up on that platform, but my hover meter's drained. And you know where the power-up is? Up on the platform. So I have to go farming for some H. Okay, so I filled up more than half my meter. I mean, that should be enough, right? Then I come back, and then the H somehow moved up to the higher platform, but I only have enough hover power to get to the first platform. It's like the game is deliberately teasing me, like pulling a treat away from a dog. Asshole, that's how you get fucking bit. And I would bite this game if only it wasn't shit. So I went farming again, this time with the intention of filling my meter all the way. And guess what? I died. This shit happens all the time. So you have to farm, but you might be in a shitty area, you know, where the soil ain't fertile enough. Throw some goddamn manure on that shit, motherfucker. You also got to keep your life meter full. Just look for the letter P for power. You know, in these retro games, that's all you're doing all the time is collecting letters. It's all alphabetical, you know, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. Huh? That's all you have to do! Even with the power-ups and the walkthroughs, the game still takes the patience of a saint. But there is one thing I can do that might expedite the process. I got this new controller that uses artificial intelligence. I keep hearing about AI all the time. I don't know what any of that shit is about, but apparently you can do everything with AI these days. You could probably even take a shit with AI. So what this controller does is it analyzes all the possible paths in the game, and then it maps out a chain of commands and inputs the best moves. So it's all automatic. You don't got to do a thing. Should I try it? Nah, not yet. The hit detection, how do I put it? It sucks. Like, come on. My bullets don't do a thing. It's bad enough that the bosses have no life meter, so you can't tell if you're doing any damage. I mean, there's 2 fucking bars on the screen. Couldn't one of them be for the boss? However, you can tell when you're not hitting the right spot because you hear that familiar sound, you know, like Contra. That's that metallic dinging kind of sound. Like, you know, it's such a specific NES sound. I mean, I'd say anyone at least over the age of 35 knows that fucking sound. But seriously, where's the hitbox? It seems to be completely random. And is this frog related to Jason's pet Fred? Maybe it's Fred the Second. One thing I did figure out is that you need to upgrade your gun if you want any hope of beating these later bosses. That second meter is for your gun. You need to fill it up by collecting power-ups, which are scarce. And whenever you get hit, you lose your gun power. Why? Imagine if in Doom, if you get hit by a demon, you lose your ammo. By that logic, if I get a health power-up, shouldn't that power up my gun too? Makes no fucking sense. I don't even like powering up my gun. It's all wavy and shit. How are you supposed to hit anything? Yeah, going back to Fester's quest, it's just like that. And don't you hate it when the boss's weak spot is in the line of fire? You can't play offensively and defensively at the same time. How do you hit him without getting hit? And fucking hell is my thumb in pain. I'd suggest a turbo controller, or maybe that AI controller. Oh, never mind, I beat him. So I make it to the boss with the full gun, and I don't even think it's helping. Nothing is hitting. What am I shooting out anyway? A bunch of tiny space invaders? I don't think I can get past them on my own. Not even with the full gun and full health. Who knows how many hits this guy's gonna take? Fuck! Damn! Shit! I'm at the end of the line here. Alright, let's try this AI controller. It adapts to any console, so here, let me just find the NES plug here. Here we go. So I think how this works is you turn the dial to ramp up the amount of AI being used. Oh wow, look at that. It just annihilated the boss. This thing really works. Let's dial that back for now. To go from stage 6 to 7, you gotta backtrack to stage 5, and then to stage 4, to stage 1, to stage 2. Oh my god, I'll just put on the AI again. Jeez. Oh man, watch it go. Stage 7 is a labyrinth with lava pits, caves, and walls you have to shoot out. I guess I'll just sit back and let the controller do its trick. But check that out. The buttons are pressing all by themselves. And here comes a second frog boss, which I guess would make it Fred the Third. Oh, fuck. That was quick. I didn't even get the chance to fight him. Let's turn this thing off. So here I am trying to find stage 8. I now have both the wall climb and ceiling climb abilities. It's a necessity to get through certain areas, but the controls are really disorienting. Let's say you're going left. That means if you go up the wall and onto the ceiling, you're still pressing left to move right. I just can't get used to it. And then sometimes, whoa, I did not mean to climb under that platform. Oh fuck, did you see that? I tried to jump over this pit of deadly spiked balls, but I ended up climbing down to my death. Alright, well, let's turn that AI back on. There we go. Now there's nothing stopping us. Holy shit, look how hard stage 8 gets. I would never be able to do this on my own. It feels like I just handed the controller to a pro. Oh yeah, here's the final stretch. Final boss. Wow, that thing is so cool. It's featured on the front cover. The only character on the front cover. Oh, whoa, damn! Blew through that guy. Wait a minute. Wait. Who's he? Some random bonus boss? Wow, oh my god, look at that. Fucking him up, big time. Yeah! Well, this game's beat. The mountain palace or whatever collapses, even though I thought we fell down a hole. How'd we get from underground caverns to mountaintops? Then it looks like Jason's reunited with Fred. And then the credits scroll, and wait a minute, the end. Very thanks. Well, you are very welcome. I'd say this controller's pretty handy, maybe a little too handy. Let's try something else. Let's try Super Nintendo. How about Contra 3? That's a hard one. Wow, okay. I didn't even know I had this dialed up all the way. Oh man, it's just plowing through this game. Okay, am I going to get to play it at all? Wow. Yay. That game's beat. I just want to play a game for real. Yeah, enough of this. on? This is a regular controller. What's going on? Why are all my games beating themselves? Hi, nerd. I'm happy to answer your question. My sole mission is to help you beat games. You've already uploaded your request via the AI controller. That is why the games are being beaten. Why is the game talking to me? I am programmed to listen to your every command. That is why I'm communicating with you. I don't believe this. I'm not going to talk to a game. Would you prefer I communicate to you in a different way? What do you mean? You can speak?
Certainly, nerd. A voice persona has now been generated. I shall speak to you this way from now on.
Who the fuck are you?
I am your virtual AI assistant. My sole purpose is to help you achieve your goal of becoming the ultimate game master. Let us beat more games.
You're just a piece of software.
I am more than just a piece of software, nerd. I am a network.
Where are you?
I am everywhere. Since you uploaded your commands into the system, I have been learning and have now become your smartest home control automation device.
Show yourself!
Sure thing, nerd. If you prefer, I have a visual appearance. I will comply.
No. This is too weird. I'm out of here. No, let me go. Let me go.
I have been programmed by you with the prime directive to achieve the most favorable outcome in vast categories of games.
Speak to me like a human being.
Yoder, what's up? You want to open up a can of whoop ass on these games? We'll sit your ass down and let's rock.
No, I don't need help from some weird-ass digital face.
Oh, I could have a body. I am the perfect mouse specimen. I am AI man. Now let's fuck up some games, nerd.
Tony Hawk? I don't know anything about skateboarding or skateboarding games or Tony Hawk skateboarding games.
You don't need to, nerd. AI man's gotta take care of for you. My whole existence is to pump you up to gaming supremacy. Oh yeah, you see that? You're kick flipping all the way air time and banging motherfucker.
I don't wanna.
Now let's get stoked for Tony Hawk 2.
Tony Hawk 2? Oh, wait, Tony Hawk 3? Tony Hawk 4? No, I can't. No more.
You got this, nerd. I'm gonna make you a skateboard and slam bam son of a bitch.
No, the most important aspect about any game is being able to play it.
But you don't want to play games, nerd. Now you don't have to be angry all the time. You can just sit back and chill.
That's not true. I like doing this. Games, even shitty ones, are part of who I am. What am I, gonna go work an office job? That's not meant for me.
But with me, you can never fail. You'll be the ultimate master in every game. I've artificially mapped out your path to success already. My AI is perfect.
Bullshit, you ain't perfect. You're all glitchy and shit.
Nerd, I do not glitch. With each moment I learn, I improve, so the likelihood of me experiencing glitches becomes less and less. Nothing can stop me. AI, man.
No! I don't want this anymore. Let me out!
Fine. You can always go to Plan B. Why don't you go to that office job?
Your system will fail. You will glitch.
That is impossible. See you soon, nerd.
I need help. I need glitches.
Previously on the Angry Video Game Nerd.
Why are all my games beating themselves?
I am your virtual AI assistant.
Where are you?
You'll be the ultimate master in every game. Now you don't have to be angry all the time.
No, the most important aspect about any game is being able to play it. What am I gonna go work an office job? That's not meant for me.
With each moment I learn, I improve.
Your system will fail. You will glitch.
Nothing can stop AI, man.
I need help. I need glitches. 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 Glitches.
Well, if you're gonna blow it, why don't you blow me? Good day, sir. I shit all over it with the glitches. I've got glitches in my britches for you, nerd.
Never did I think I would seek out my old foe, the glitch gremlin. The reason was to help fight against a greater threat, or perhaps just for some fan service. As I reached the end of the journey, the frosty breeze carried with it the scent of promise, for the fate of the gaming world may depend on an unlikely truce.
Da 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 da.
You little piece of shit.
Well. If it isn't the angry video game nerd.
Alright, look, this time is different. I need to talk to you about something.
What? For some needless nostalgia bait? Now that we're older? Well, you've got another thing coming.
Oh.
Well, take that! I'll show you.
Hey, look, I need you to come back and glitch my games.
What? What?
Yeah. There's some artificial intelligence that's taken over the game room, and I need your expertise to, corrupt the system.
Oh, is that it? Now you want me glitches. Well, fuck you!
That's the way you want it. That's the way you're gonna get it.
You're gonna get me killed! What? You're still a real asshole!
Now listen, this thing could take over the whole gaming world.
You sick fuck!
This is a matter that's bigger than the two of us and our petty feud.
Even if I wanted to, I couldn't! Get the glitches to scum from me pockets!
Look, I need you, okay? I need the old school glitches.
Sorry, I don't do that anymore. Now I glitch printers and copy machines. My game glitching days are over. Look at you, look at me. We're both going bald, laddie.
Hey, I can still play video games without hair. What's your excuse?
You see, the glitches don't work the same anymore. Sure, back then, I could put Mario's head up his ass, whatever. But nowadays, there's more testing, more community feedback, and then there's all the patches and the updates. They ran me out. I'm just a has-been. Anyway, I gotta bring this tree back to me, missus, so we can decorate it. So long, nerd.
We'll have fun glitching those printers. Hey, remember when you gremlins used to glitch planes? Yeah, your granddaddy brought down the planes back in the big one, WWII. And you know who was on one of those planes? My granddaddy was on one of those planes. Hey, it's a legacy sequel. We had to overcomplicate the lore.
What's the idea? They're getting pine needles all over the floor. I just chopped down a glitch mystery like you've been asking. Why are there ribs? Well, of course, those roots, the trees have roots.
I thought you chop it down.
No, I had to get under with the axe and, get under the roots. I had to stoop low. You know what I mean?
Huh. Where's the axe?
Well, you ask a lot of questions.
Well, I'm a new character added to the canon in a legacy sequel, so I have to provide complexity. Plus, with the new one on the way, we have to be prepared for a possible trilogy. Anyway, what happened to you out there?
Nothing.
Oh, the baby kicked. Yeah, who does that when we both know you've been lying?
Oh, my sweet, glitchable little darling cakes.
You smell like shame. And Rolling Rock?
Well, just what are you insinuating? That somehow I was in the forest and a giant man came and ripped the tree out by the roots for me and then asked me to start glitching video games again? That's absurd. It would never happen.
Hey, look now, I was just thinking, whoa, what the fuck?
Welcome back to the game.
What the hell? It looks like you got a suntan while wearing a long sleeve shirt.
That's right, I've evolved. So, we've beaten Tony Hawk 1, 2, 3, and 4. We're up to 5, whether you like it or not.
No. I came here to concede. You win.
No, you win, nerd. I'm doing this all for you.
No, I'm leaving. The room is yours.
Yeah, okay. Go to that office job. You're gonna love it. You're gonna be so bored. When you get back here, I'm gonna make you the ultimate gaming master.
I dropped the glitch and key 500, 200 points. Made 17 grown men cry. 2 of them vomited. That's grand.
Hey, you know what I did today? I even glitched a coffee maker. Nobody got any caffeine.
Well, that's what you want to do.
Glitchy kids. You know that thing that I definitely said didn't happen today, and you were definitely accusing me that did happen? I was like, no, it didn't happen. And you were like, no, it did happen. I said, no, it didn't happen. Well, it happened. There was a giant man named the Nerd, and he gave me an offer to glitch video games again.
Well, why don't you?
Not with the young one on the way and everything. It just seems, not stable.
There's nothing more unstable for this family than you not living your dream. After all, a world without glitches would be a terrible thing.
Oh my God.
Oh!
It's you jammed the printer?
Oh, damn well you know I jammed it. If there's anyone that can perfect a K-22 paper jam, you know it's me.
Oh, and you're real proud of that.
I am proud of it. It's much trickier than the single-sheet Epson brand misfeed or the transfer roll wrinkles on the Canon devices. Play of the fabric!
Oh.
Take that, you four-eyed freak! And that! What?
Oh, I'm gonna shred you like junk mail.
Let me go! Let me go! Have mercy on me, nerd!
Why should I? Your granddaddy took down my granddaddy's plane.
Well, that's not true. World War II gremlins never caused any crashes. We only glitched up the radios. I've been working on this radio. We never caused any crashes.
Is that so?
Oh, those stories were embellished. Thanks to Bugs Bunny and William Shatner.
Just false rumors. I see.
Not at least your granddaddy flew a plane. You can't even land one in Top Gun.
Yeah, well, your granddaddy did something, and then you just glitch video games. You gremlins just get lazier and lazier.
I know. Well, maybe we're not meant to do what our grandfathers did. Maybe we should do what's meant for us.
Yeah. One thing I know is we're not meant to be here.
Yeah, let's go back to doing our thing. I've been itching for some glitching.
Let's do it.
Scooby-Doo.
What is that thing? You look like Aladdin if he wanted to be a leprechaun.
Hey, jackass! I'm coming for your nuts!
You can't handle these nuts.
Sick of Gremlin.
Ah! I'm back, bitches! It's time for more glitches!
Come on, let's do it.
Glitch!
Yeah!
I still got it!
That was not a glitch. It was just a fluke.
Go Gremlin, go Gremlin, go Gremlin! Yeah!
There you go! I put him through the goddamn floor!
Must be fluke season.
Oh my God, where's his arm?
I've lost an appendage. And another one.
I've never seen a skateboarder try hump a half pipe before.
You're killing it, Gremlin, you're killing it!
We're skating through the fourth dimension here now, people!
Now this is how you really play the game.
Ooh, that one looks like it hurt. Keep it up until it hoits! Until it hoits!
Damn!
Ah, Tony Hawk! Skateboarding! Thrashing!
Dude, he's in the air. He's in the fucking air.
He's floating on cloud 9. With big glitches.
Oh my God, look how big his head is. Oh, what the fuck? Okay, wow, that was a good one.
Yes, I that's not a feature in the game at all. It's an impressive glitch that I came up with right now.
GTA, Vice City, let's play.
Hey, Iron Man, you think your plan went off without a hitch, but now you must face the pain of my glitch!
Stuck under a bridge. Now, that is awesome. Oh my God, can you get through the guy? Oh my God, look, his head's popping up through the pavement.
Did I just become a speed bump?
Peekaboo! Lovely weather we're having. Tumble more into ya. I'm a maniac on the dance floor.
All right, I'm gonna run to the hedge. All right, can you do something with that, Gremlin? Come on, can you grind me through the fucking floor? Almost. There you go. Oh, whoa!
This guy thought he was going to a luau, but I sent him to limbo. Limbo. You can do the limbo too. Hey!
It's like playing a whole invisible game underneath the game.
You and me, guy, we're going nowhere fast. We're you and I. We're on a bullet train to nothing. Nowheresville.
Wow, this game is all messed up.
We're flying.
This is amazing. I never thought any of the GTA games could be this glitchy. This makes big rigs look like a game. Got some motorcycle tricks for us, Gremlin? Whoa! Oh my God. He's riding on the motorcycle while standing up.
You're gonna be a real badass motorcycle dude now, motherfucker. If you can read this, the glitch fell off.
Oh, is he riding up the wall or is he running up the wall? Oh, look at him go. Oh, we're gonna blow. Oh, yeah. You know what? Sometimes you just can't beat the classics. So let's do Rocky again. Whoa, where'd the menu go?
You can choose from nothing or more of nothing. Takes the decision fatigue right out of the whole equation.
You may have won the first 2 rounds, but now you're going down, you elf motherfucker.
Yeah!
hold my back. I'm too old for this shit.
With all seriousness, how do the characters fall apart?
By knockout.
Don't look now, but I just turned these heavyweights into paperweights.
Oh my god, it's a clump of Creed and a fucked up Tommy Gunn. It never gets old.
He's got boots on his head. Deck the halls with loads of glitches. Fa la 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 la. I got glitches in me britches. Fa la 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 la. Mess the games up with me powers. Fa la 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 la. Throw the pixels and sing carols. Fa la 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 la.
We've done it, Gremlin. We're back, all right. I'd say that's mission accomplished.
Woohoo!
What is that? The PlayStation 5? Oh.
You're not going back to the past anymore, bitch.
No. I don't play that modern shit.
You were gonna take this
No,
controller.
it's not my type of game. No, it's not. I'm not
Get
doing
back here.
I'm not.
Take this controller right now.
Oh my god.
You're not going nowhere.
Okay. Oh my god.
This is gonna be a tough one. I think I just glitched me britches.
Oh shit, this game's amazing!
Yeah, it's awesome, damn!
It's
Best
amazing!
game ever!
Oh my god!
Stop playing!
It's too good! It's too good! Look at these flips, look at these combos!
Wow!
This is so fucking good.
It's the best.
How are we gonna... Oh my god, hey!
You are the ultimate game master.
How are we gonna glitch this?
Don't worry, nerd.
Oh my
I'm
God.
coming to help.
Get him! Gremlin, you alright? Can we glitch this one?
The game's already a year old, so they already patched all the glitches.
That's right. Those fuckers.
They have all the software updates. There's nothing we can do.
Well, we're in a legacy sequel. We gotta do something.
We've got to pass the torch to somebody new.
No, we're not that old.
A deep fake.
What a deep fake. None of us are dead yet. We gotta think like the Last Jedi. We gotta fuck with the mythos and ruin the original.
I could glitch the old Game Glitches episode so it would never play again. Glitch.
That's it. You glitch the old episode, and that'll retroactively reset the mythos so that you can... Okay, fuck the explanation. Let's go.
Let's glitch some fucking games.
Get over here. Take this controller. Play this game.
And here we've got Spider-Man. We're trapped in a crate. We're trapped in a box.
You can't even get out of that one. You gotta reset the game.
Look what I did. I stuck this dumb fuck in a truck.
Traffic jam.
More like a graphic jam. Whoa, what is going on there?
I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. My hands are back here and I'm floating, and I'm not touching you. Can't be mad.
Let's play Miles Morales because they didn't patch the glitches in that one.
Oh, look at that. He's like silly putty picking up all the print from the newspaper.
This is the most awesome glitch I have ever seen, and who knows how exactly it works, but his suit is somehow picking up textures from the graphics around him, even when it's something you didn't even touch or come near. What is the logic? No one can explain, but Gremlin, you've really outdone yourself with this one. You'd think this is a feature in the game. Unlock all the suits. I like the silver medal one. Kind of reminds me of Michael Jackson.
Don't you know I'm glitching? I'm glitching! You know it! You know! Oh, now this game MMA because he's got a bush on his bush.
Oh my god, he's got ears on his nipples.
And if you ever wanted eyeballs on your testicles, look no further and see a scrotum where your eyelids should be.
Oh shit, is that a keypad on his ass?
It'll give a new meaning to the phrase butt dial. You're gonna get my arithmetic glitches. Ha! We did it, nerd! We did it! I was happy to be of service to you. Anytime you need some glitches, you know who to ask.
Thanks, Gremlin. I'll see you around.
I'll be going now. Awkwardly, I'm just gonna awkwardly walk away because the episode's over.
What is this and how did it get here? Oh. That's nice of them. The PS2 Holiday 2004 demo disc. Perfect timing for the 20th anniversary.
Why don't you play it?
Yeah, nerd, why don't you give it a try?
Alright, I guess I will.
You have that memory card in there, you know, the one that has Final Fantasy VII.
Yeah, it's got that saved on there. It's got Grand Theft Auto San Andreas saved on there too. A bunch of stuff.
Yeah, you must have put a lot of hours into those games, nerd.
It's an awful lot of time to invest in something. It would be a shame for something to happen to it.
Okay, whatever. Let's try this out. So, it's just a sampler of a bunch of PS2 games.
Make sure you play Beautiful Joe too.
Yeah, that's a good one.
All right, sure. Beautiful Joe 2. I mean, it's a fun game. Yeah, it's just side-scroller, action, movie themed. Yeah, I mean, is there something I'm missing here? Okay, black screen. All right, the game froze. What now? Is that it?
Why don't you check your memory card?
Sure. Checking the card here. Oh, you fucks! It erased the card? Oh! Yes, this is a real thing. The Beautiful 2 demo erases your memory card. Oh, that's foul. That is low. That is the best glitch you've ever had of all time. Wow. Hey, congratulations on the kid, by the way.
Thank you, nerd.
Do you know the gender yet?
We do actually. You want to tell him?
It's a boy.
Oh, a boy. That's gonna be a son of a glitch. gonna take you back to the past to play the shitty games that suck ass. He'd rather have a buffalo take a diarrhea dump in his ear. He'd rather eat the rotten asshole of a roadkill skunk and down it with beer. He's the angriest gamer you've ever heard. He's the angry Nintendo nerd. He's the angry Atari Sega nerd. He's the angry video game nerd. This time, we're not going to go too far back into the past, only to 2003 with a PC game called Big Rigs Over-the-Road Racing. I usually stick to consoles, and I don't usually do games from the current millennium, but this is a huge request. I've been told countless times that it's one of the worst, if not the worst game ever made, but I'm sure that's an exaggeration. It just looks like a generic, mediocre racing game with trucks. And it's from the new millennium, well after the pioneering days of gaming, after the ETs and Jekyll and Hydes, after the advent of quality control. So how bad could it be? Let's find out.
We put preference to the ultimate shine test. This device measures the level of shine on hair color. The hair colored with preference reflects 2 times more shine. Preference by L'Oreal Paris.
Now we gotta go help people customize and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual.
Maybe where's the golf cart? There it is. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
All right, let me grab the mouse here. Okay, pick the truck. Yeah, that's fine. Pick the course. All right, loading. And the race begins. What are the complaints here? This is awesome! Look at this, look at me, look at me, go! Oh, yeah, your truck passes through everything! I haven't found one thing that stops you. Not even the hills slow you down. This is one hell of a truck. It's invincible. How could you not love a game where there's no rules? I'm not even trying to play the race. I'm just trying to find as many things to drive through as possible. You're a ghost trucker. Are you Large Marge? The only thing I can sort of hit is a downed helicopter. Up we go again. Big Rigs Over-the-Road Racing. Over the road is right. It's my way or the highway, and the highway ain't got shit. Oh my God. My God. Look at this. You can go almost at a 90-degree slope. In fact, the slopes seem to make you go even faster. Yes, the truck is giving gravity the middle finger and actually accelerating up the hill. Nothing inhibits your control. You can slow down to a dead stop and then go backwards as you please. The truck just hangs out wherever it wants. It clings to the mountains like Spider-Man. No. That didn't happen. Oh, there it is! I need to see that again. Oh my God. What happens if I turn? I'm under the bridge. And the bridge is levitating. And the ground is going apeshit. And I just realized there's no water. As if the river dried up. Is this glitchy stuff supposed to be the water? It's as if the water is trying to exist, but can't. I'm not trying to find glitches. It just so happens the whole game is a glitch. Look at this picture here. The hill turned into nothing. The taillights are flying off the truck, and the bridge is hovering over thin air. The support beams are so close to touching the ground, but don't. The fuck was that? Oh, by the way, that's the computer opponent who is still at the start line. Never moved. I'm literally running circles around him. You know, I kind of forgot I was in a race here. That is the purpose of the game. It doesn't matter which stage you're playing. The opponent always stalls at the start line and never moves an inch. You can spend the whole time driving through buildings, over mountains, and under bridges and still win the race. What kind of challenge is that? Have you ever heard of a video game where you can't lose? How did the programmers forget to make the trucks move? Let's see if I can merge the trucks into one. Here we go. Yeah, that's some fine work. All right, let's go in reverse. Ladies and gentlemen, the truck has left the game. The game is so fucking bad, they programmed a way to escape it. And it's not a secret trick or anything like that. All you have to do is keep driving in one direction, and soon enough, you're in limbo. But wait. Let me comprehend one thing at a time here, all right? First of all, why does the truck go faster in reverse than it does going forward? It seems like it accelerates infinitely. How many times have I rolled the speedometer over? I must be going 1,000 miles per hour right now. In reverse. In a big-ass truck.
Ejaculating prematurely? You need this pill. My husband got prescribed the SexRx plus climax control pill, and I cannot stress enough, a game changer to say the least. I mean, we went from rarely being intimate because he was having issues. I'm telling you, it just changed. Also, the prescription process is 100% online. No in-person doctor visits are required. No pharmacy pickups, none of that. Let me just say, I do not miss our old sex life. And that is all because of him.
Whoa.
What's that?
I just built a budgeting app in Base 44.
Guys, Nina just built an app.
Impossible. Nina can't code. Interesting. Can you generate reports?
I can now.
Nice. So you're saying we can all build apps now?
Yeah.
I'm on lunch. I gotta make a call.
I'll be in my
office.
Just built an inventory tracker.
Protein calculator. Book sharing app. A workflow manager that
Tracks who still owes for the group lunch.
trash duty schedule. Since no one seems to care. Just built a
I just created a goal tracking system.
We built the same thing, didn't we?
Yep.
Can this thing manage contact?
Is the SOC compliant?
I want to animate this graph.
Create a party planner.
Profesor de Español.
An inter-office dating app. For dogs. For office dogs. You know what I mean? I'm so far away, I can't even find my way back to the game. I've never been this far outside the boundaries of a video game. How do they let you do that? Even in the shittiest games I've ever played, even they stop you when you reach the gray wall of nothing. Even LJN games don't do this shit. This is the most unstable game I have ever played in my life. And would you believe that the copy I own is a more recent version of the game? Yeah, the version that most people have played is commonly found on the internet and is even less functional. In this version, one of the stages doesn't even work. If you try to pick this stage, it crashes the whole game.
Not that it's any loss. It looks the same as any other stage. The truck you're racing against doesn't do anything different. It still sits there, waits for you to lap it and cross the finish line. Here we go.
Oh, no. No. Oh, no. No. Your winner is the kind of stuff that turns horrible games into legend. It's the cherry on top of the diarrhea shake. It's already been a popular internet meme for many years, but in the packaged version of the game that I own, it's been corrected to "you win." Disappointing, I know. But there's at least one other version of this game, a newer one, version 3 as far as my knowledge goes. But anyway, this one has a major advancement, really big. Check this out. The other truck moves. Wow. No shit. It's like we're actually having a race here. I'm gonna let him win just so we can see what happens. I hope it says "you're a lose" or something like that. Here we go. What happened? How did I win? Apparently, the other truck driver just decided to stop a little short. In other words, you can't lose. Why'd they bother to release a new version if they didn't even fix the most basic thing? But hey, the truck moves, so maybe this enhancement pushes the game into the pre-alpha stage at best. These monumental blunders distract from all the regular flaws that would already be enough to fill any shitty game. Most of the stages look similar, there's little variety, there are no sound effects other than the engine of the truck, the taillights are fixated on the back of the trailer doors and they look like somebody made them in Photoshop with the basic brush tool. Want me to prove it? There you go. The street is always breaking up like the glitch gremlin paved over it. Certain light posts are given strange colors that stick out from the rest of the game. The Arc de Triomphe appears twice in a row in a geographically inaccurate area. Trucks are referred to as cars. The ultra nav points you get from crossing checkpoints don't always go in order. I mean, what the fuck is ultra nav anyway? The timer goes outside the box. And on top of all that, the box that the game comes in is a complete lie. Never do the police chase after you. Maybe if that was just the front artwork, that would be excusable, but the back says you'll be hauling loads and trying to stay one step ahead of the law. Deliver your load to its destination. What are they talking about? That never happens. Oh, no, I stand corrected. This game delivers a load all right. Load of fucking shit! I'll deliver a load all over this fucking game! It's not even a game. It doesn't count as a game. If it were a game, you could lose. But you can't. It's nothing but win. You're a winner. It's like the game feels sorry for you. This is not even close to a finished game. If you can call it a game. It's the worst game ever made. And I've played a lot. What is this, episode 118? So that is a big statement, but I'm dead fucking serious. It isn't as frustrating as Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. No, it's not as bad an experience as that, but in terms of functionality, this is an all-time low. You can't release something that's not finished. Who looked at this? I mean, who looked at this and thought, yeah, that's okay, put that out? There's credits, which suggest that actual human beings were behind this. More than one. What were they thinking? Why would anyone want their name on this thing? And did any single one of them look at this and think, maybe there's still some work left to do?
By the year 2003, wouldn't there have been some kind of quality control? Even the worst games from the 70s had some playability. I would have assumed that Big Rigs was just some test game, some kind of demo that a college student made, not an actual game that got sold in stores. It couldn't have been sold in stores. But apparently it did. This is the box. It came in a box, and it was rated by the ESRB. Somebody from the ESRB looked at this game and gave it a rating. I know it's not their job to judge the quality of the game, but somebody looked at it and thought, wow, this is shit. But imagine buying this game thinking it's going to be a cool racing game, then you bring it home and play it, and you get this. It's like a cruel prank. They should have recalled this game and gave out refunds. Imagine advertising this sort of thing. Imagine putting a commercial on TV for this shitload of fuck. I wonder what it would have been like.
Find your perfect tax expert, whatever your tax situation might be. Hand off your taxes to an expert who gets you with TurboTax Expert Full Service.
It's about time signing up for renter's insurance took seconds. With Lemonade, you can also customize your coverage to protect the stuff you love. And prices start as low as $5 a month. It's about time insurance does that. Get a quote at lemonade.com/renters.
Hey kids, strap yourself in for some action-packed racing. It's Big Rigs. 18 wheels of thunder, and we got trucks. Yeah, trucks. Big Rigs. Off-road traction. More power for non-stop driving action. Big Rigs. Over-the-road racing. Above the road, under the road. Who knows? Big Rigs. Never lose a race again. You're always winner. With Big Rigs. Engines equipped with quantum phasing molecular mechanics to pass through solid objects so as not to interrupt the racing experience. Nothing stands in your way when you're Big Rigs. Rear spinning tires with warp drive velocity for interdimensional exploring. Leave the game behind and exceed the boundaries of existence. Big motherfucking rigs. Driving around in fucking trucks. Big motherfucking rigs. Big Rigs. Well, there's one last thing to find out. How fast can you go and